Arc 17, Sundown, Chapter 9. I'd crossed the everything is fucked threshold, by my personal measure, which was by no means official, considering it came from a 14-year-old. Back when I'd been in high school, Amy had drawn a lot of initial attention when she'd triggered and got her power. A friend, excited, had shared an anecdote from her dad about health issues. You knew that health problem that had been nagging at you for a while was serious when you woke up simultaneously shivering uncontrollably and drenched in sweat. That was the general metric, when your body ceased making fundamental sense. When I'd technically slept a full night but felt exhausted. When I'd had a hot shower an hour ago and felt scummy and cold now. When I'd had someone in my arms an hour and 10 minutes ago and felt cold and empty now. When I was ravenously hungry, with maybe the best chicken dish I'd had in my life in front of me, lightly fried chicken strips with none of the moisture loss I tended to associate with frying, with spices I'd never had before, salsa utilizing new, better vegetables I'd never had before, and a dollop of sour cream to dip in. And I felt too nauseous to eat. I'd walked away from the Situation Room and the Amy situation wanting to climb into bed and pull heavy covers up around me. Not an option. I needed to do what I could here, or I'd regret it forever. I wanted another shower, but it would have felt weird, and my skin always prickled and itched if I showered too much in close succession. If my skin did that now, then there was a good chance I'd drag 9 fingernails through it until it stopped, or I didn't have skin anymore. I'd needed to get out, and my instinct was to meet my basic needs. Late morning, roughly time for lunch. There were cafeterias in the warden's headquarters. It was supposed to be me coming up for air. That was what the Situation Room was becoming for me. Being pushed beneath the surface, a brief, furious struggle, victory, a gasp of air, pushed beneath again. I wanted out and away. Actual freedom, extending as far as my fist, stopping at the enemy's face. The wardens were suppressing me. But, stretching out that metaphor, I was aware that the drowning could latch on to rescuers, even fight them in their desperation. Another case of our bodies and biology being counterintuitive, uncomfortable, or dangerous. I was acutely aware of the contradictions and hints that surrounded me and myself now. Extending myself to offer Amy that benefit of a doubt meant I had to extend the doubt to myself at the same time, sans benefit. I ate the chicken, despite my body sending me 5 different signals saying I shouldn't. Too full. No, you're not, stupid body. You ate a light dinner last night and had a meal barely bigger than your fist this morning. Nauseous. You're being stupid. Overwhelming. It's mild. Actually taste it. Unfamiliar poison. The wardens wouldn't poison everyone on sight by serving something dangerous in the cafeteria. Probably. Slimy. No, shut up, internal voice. It's a motherfucking delight of texture. It was a policy of mine to never throw away food that an animal had contributed its life to, even if it was 2 strips of bacon on an egg sandwich. I kept my mind busy, mulling over what I needed to go over with Tattletale. There were 2 key areas that were high risk, if I was discounting Amy as the principal threat. Those areas had overlap. Contessa had blind spots. Dinah did too, but they seemed to operate differently, and Dinah had seen more clearly through the end of the world than Contessa had, according to Dinah. For Contessa, it was blind spots. The biggest threats, giants, portals, and areas powers had maximal sway. There were a few capes who she couldn't get past, and some were explicit, ones that were officially on the record, like how Teacher's doorway to the source of powers had blocked her vision. Mama Mathers was explicit too. a whole area that even Contessa couldn't turn her attention toward. Other blind spots were implicit, threats that I had to assume were still threats because they were major and she hadn't eliminated them yet. But that got hinky. It wasn't as cut and dry as that, and my mind ticked over the various files and major cases, Class S threats, and there was a lot to unpack. A lot to consider, and dimensions to consider when weighing why Contessa hadn't tackled them. Then there was Dinah, the other circle in my little Venn diagram. She was better at seeing past blind spots, as far as I could tell, but she had to ask. No solutions were neatly handed to her. Which raised the question, what was insignificant enough to avoid being asked about or get attention, but capable of lurking close to a blind spot? Were we underestimating someone? Missing a signal or sign? Eating was mechanical, bringing myself to put meal to mouth, chewing, acknowledging that the texture was top-notch, the taste better, that it was good, and that I was hungry. How much of this was my body rebelling because this whole mess was taking so much out of me, and how much of it was that I'd ceded more ground to my partner in this partnership? If I had to analyze, I had to wonder about its tastes, its feelings, about sleep. Surely my fragile, violent partner wanted me to be well-rested, thoroughly and warmly fucked, assured and nourished. Surely these things were qualifiers for me being a capable and efficient host for the power it had laid across my brain like a queen might lay a sword on a knight's shoulder. Meaning, it was me. My phone ringing was a relief, a distraction from that thought process. Unfamiliar number. Tattletale? "Hello?" I asked. "You up and disappeared," Eric said on the other end. "Am I needed?" I asked. "You're not needed," he said. "Where are you? We were going to debrief on that situation, discuss your part in it." It made sense that they'd catch on. "I thought my part in it was to advise, fill you in on my team, my family, answer any questions. You decided you didn't need me. That's fine. It would be appreciated if you came in. We accessed your login, looked at your computer activity." "Up to you, Kens. Trusting you." I picked up a chicken fillet, layered with salsa, a dab of sour cream at the end. I took a small bite, waiting, swallowed. He hadn't followed up. "Sorry, I thought you were going to add something more." "You were doing a lot of typing. We saw your notes, and they don't add up lengthwise." "Deleted everything that wasn't relevant. You wanted full write-ups if I was going to contribute anything," I said. "You didn't really. You wanted to shut me down and pretend to let me help while not actually allowing any contribution, which is fucking stupid when the stakes are what they are." I took a drink of iced tea. "Whenever the scene moved beyond what I'd typed, I deleted it down to notes I could provide if something came up." "What was it? Notes on Fallen, the prisoners who moved to Shin, my team, my sister?" "Yes," he said. He didn't elaborate. I didn't fill the silence. Who broke first? If Eric wanted to play that kind of little dominance game, he was in for a fight. I had 4 give-a-fucks left, and Eric didn't deserve one. I was convinced he'd hang up on me when he ventured, "Good notes." Were they in front of him now? "Thank you. Your dad is on the line." "Oh, good. Kind of expected that. Can you patch him through?" "We'd rather you come in for a chat." "Soon. Dealing with my sister is hard on me. You've read all the files, right? You know what happened." "Yes." "I'm taking 10 minutes. If you could connect me to my dad, it would be appreciated." He didn't immediately answer. It was quiet enough on his end that I could imagine he'd muted his end of the call. Asking question? What else are you going to do? Not allow thorough communication about someone who just attacked one of our hero teams? Hero teams around me were huddled at their tables, talking. A few isolated capes sat alone. heroes that had never attached to a team but who wanted to help. The mood was one of a forest fire, all hands on deck, people waiting to be deployed to the latest area that was getting out of control, hoping to get things back down. Keep it under control for long enough, we pretended, and maybe the fires would burn down. Things would be okay. The healing would start. I ate another chicken strip. The peppers were small and heavy enough that they'd piled up toward the bottom of the salsa. They weren't ones I'd ever had before, but they nicely captured a bit of earthiness, like a root vegetable, with a bit of smoky heat, like barbecue over charcoal. The tomato in the salsa balanced it out. The sour cream cut straight through the worst of the capsaicin heat. With no fanfare, response, or further communication, the phone clicked, buzzed for a moment, and then rang once. "Victoria?" was the familiar voice. "Hi, Dad." "I just talked to Amy." "Can you get her to that therapy appointment?" I asked, closing my eyes. "I'll work something out." "I'll try. I wanted to tell you that I'm proud of you." I felt numb. I didn't trust my instincts, not when I couldn't be sure if I trusted my appetite, desire to sleep, or my desire for human contact. I had no idea if I could trust my dad's words, or trust myself to accept them. What was he proud of? That I'd reached out, found a way, faced down the monster? I felt angry at the words, and I shouldn't have. Proud of me? "What are you doing, Dad?" I felt like he'd expected the question. His response came faster than it would have for 90% of people who got a response like that. "I don't know. Wishing it was 10 years ago so I could do everything differently." 10 years from now, assuming we're all still around, don't even joke like that. Are you going to be wishing that you could go back to now and do this differently? Possibly. Probably. I've felt like I was at least one step behind things my whole life. Like a conversation with friends and family, but every time you're ready to speak, people have already moved on to the next topic. Except events. Can you do anything about that? Take a minute, figure out a game plan, refocus your priorities, figure out what the biggest priority is, target the problem, and tackle just that one thing? "I can, absolutely," he said. He even sounded energized as he said it. "I'm an expert at that." I wasn't sure how to respond to that. That's the cycle. Being 100% convinced I can do better this time, putting in the effort, falling back into old ruts and routines, falling behind, coming away from it with regrets both sharp and dull. Like an alcoholic, but it's not booze. It's people, I think. Is it the enemy or the ally that's the problem? I asked. Enemies, absolutely. This is the time I can get the Empire out of the south end of the towers. This is the time we can make enough of an impact that the heroes rise in prominence and the villains suffer. Maybe then that kid who was on the fence about joining her neo-Nazi family might instead decide to reject hate and be a contributing member of society. I don't know. Ally? I echoed him. Not ally. Family. Family absolutely a part of the problem. I have a complicated relationship with your mom. She has her own struggles. If I stay close to her, I'm validating decisions and behaviors I don't like or respect. Her treatment of Amy, of you. I sighed. But, holy hell, Victoria, I love her. She brings out the best in me, and I think my being close to her helps her good side shine. When I'm not with her, I don't feel like a whole person. So I tell myself that this time, I'll push her harder, draw a firmer line, call her out. But it takes resources I don't always have. Yeah. Same with Amy. But I won't get into that. Yeah, I said, quiet. In a way, I wanted him to get into that. I wanted explanations. Those explanations could wait. Thanks. I hadn't really heard my dad go into stuff like this before. The only time life makes sense, the only time it feels right, is when your mom and I are on a battlefield together. Lights in the darkness. I almost never have regrets or dread when it comes to that. Almost? I tell myself every day that we fought as hard as we could because we had to. But Neil and Eric still died. I've had the same thoughts. Dean, too. I'm getting distracted from what I wanted to say, which is that I'm proud of you. You're the only family member that I don't harbor that kind of regret about. I wanted him to have regrets, because I had my resentments. My dad had been the one to escort me to the asylum, riding with me all the way, talking to me. He'd visited with regularity, paying for a motel room, coming in daily. But when he'd found out I was aware that I could communicate, the visits had tapered off. He'd moved back home. I had no idea how conscious that was. If it came down to having someone he could take care of and support with no real obligations, and that had been spoiled, or if it was because communicating was hard and involved a deeper look at the problems I was dealing with, more personal stuff, or if it was just coincidence. But as he'd tapered off his visits, went home, only came every once in a while, my mom had stepped it up. As I became more able to communicate, she had visited more regularly. Never enough, but she'd come. Never looking me in the eye, though, or talking directly to me enough. The doctors had been a safe proxy. She'd studied the paperwork and documentation, the treatment options, and she'd listened to the doctors. But if my dad had stuck it out, tried a bit harder, faced the hard stuff, maybe she and he would have met. Maybe it would have been possible to drag them into therapy. Maybe we could have established boundaries, found a framework, and been able to deal with Amy when she re-entered the picture. But he hadn't, so that hadn't happened. Was it a slim chance? Yeah, but it was a chance. All of us had shit to deal with. But so often it felt like I was the one going the extra mile to wade through the shit to the far end, stick my hand out, to fucking try. I wanted him to regret that he hadn't. You have so much of your mother in you, and so little of me, he said in response to my silence. The image that jumped into my head was of my mom and Uncle Neil kissing, hands finding the zippers or buckles in their old Brockton Bay Brigade outfits. Holding the bottom end of the phone away from my face, I bit into the chicken strip, past the fried crust into the meat. It had gone lukewarm, the salsa soaking into the fried part and made it soggy, which was easier. It made it easier to reconcile my body's reaction with the meal, which made it easier to eat. "What are you doing, Dad?" I asked again. "Right now. What's the goal?" "I'm trying to keep her from going off the deep end." "She came close. She attacked Sveta." "I know. Well, I didn't hear about Sveta specifically." "Dad, if you're over there, we need more. Forewarning, or steering the car she's in away from the cliff's edge, or put on the brakes, something." "I'm one voice out of 10 that are talking to her. 3 different factions in Shin, Marquis, Hunter, Dot, Lab Rat, and then me. I'm one voice. I'd like to think she wouldn't have stopped when she did today if it weren't for me. I know that sounds feeble." "Dad," I said, stern. A few heads nearby turned. "Give me a minute. I need to step away. There are a few people in earshot." "Okay." I took part of that minute to finish the chicken, standing from my seat as I ate the last of it. I disposed of it, then left the cafeteria. Fuck. It took me another minute to find a spot where I was comfortably out of earshot of any bystanders, a hallway that had been damaged in the raid. Lights in the ceiling were 90% gone. There were a couple here and there that flickered but spent more time on than off. At the far end of the hall, I could see 2 capes taking a moment. 2 guy capes, one with 2 left wings, both of which were folded around his boyfriend? Husband? Said partner had his head on the winged guy's shoulder, just holding each other. It was so sweet to see that my chest physically hurt. I missed Dean. To give them privacy, and to ensure nobody approached while I talked, I leaned against the wall with one shoulder, my back to them. Dad? I'm here, waiting for you to verbally tear me down. I could have, letting Amy build those giants without stopping her? But if my dad's issue was dwelling on the past and always being a step behind, maybe we could take a tack where he thought more about what was to come. Dad, academic question. That's not the direction I thought you were going with this. No, academic question. You've been there for various steps in the process. Overheard stuff, I imagine. The giants? The giants, yeah. What happens to them if Amy dies? There was a telling pause. I think they die, eventually. They'll need upkeep. They can't eat. They burn through power. But eventually is a long time. Maybe a year. They can do a lot of damage in the meantime, and I don't know if they can be controlled. How are they being controlled? What's your line of thought, Victoria? How? I pressed. 4 give-a-fucks left. My dad didn't get one either, even if he cared enough to call to say he was proud. I don't know. I think that lies with lab rat, remote piloting, implants. From what Amy said, some would have to be biological imperatives, like instincts but more focused. Salmon knowing they have to swim upstream, even if they haven't done it before. Can I ask what you're thinking, or are you going to do what your mom does when she's agitated and bulldoze right past me? Working out our emergency measures, in case things take a downturn. I'm hoping they don't. If they do, if Amy won't go to therapy like she agreed, if she prepares to make more giants, could you bring yourself to kill her? I asked. Constantly holding the phone up was hard, especially with the fierceness I'd been gripping it. I adjusted my hold, then brought my hand down, rubbing at the soft part between thumb and index finger, cracking my knuckles individually, then doing the same with my other hand, fidgeting. Because the horrified silence was almost as bad as the words that would inevitably follow. Jesus, Victoria! You were saying something like your role there is aimless. You regret what you didn't do in the past and find yourself feeling lost in the present. That isn't even close to being the most important thing here. If you have a job to do, if you pretend there's a job to do even, with a chance of following through, doesn't that make it okay to be where you are, feeling behind, feeling like you don't have a voice? You're being vigilant, watching her like heroes at a quarantine site, keeping an eye out for any leaks or cracks in the wall. At those sites, they have big red buttons they can hit if things turn ugly. Burn the area with fire, call in the big guns, because that's the danger. Don't depersonalize her, Victoria. I know you have your trauma. I know she has her problems. But you said she was a person. If a person has the potential to drop a biological weapon on humanity that wipes out the population, I'd hope someone out there is capable of putting a gun to their head and pulling the trigger. I took her to her first day at school. I brushed her teeth. I read her stories at bedtime. I took her to her first day at school holding her hand. I went to the sports days, attended her grade school and middle school graduations, chaperoned her middle school dance. Our, I mentally corrected. It was always her and me at the same time. Me going to the middle school dance, dragging Amy with. Me who was invested in the sports days. She's not that little girl anymore, I said. You can't go back to 10 years ago, Dad. I can't do that. I can't take a gun and hold it to the head of a girl I helped raise, a girl I carried. when she was small enough I could comfortably hold her in my arms. Does that make sense? I can't pull that trigger.
I was thinking more like a light bomb at her feet, maximum power. You can put holes in concrete walls. You can make it quick. You'd pick your moment, drop a bomb where she can't see or kick it over. She'd be gone in one moment. Dealt with.
No. Jesus.
You'd have to run after, because Shin and her team, or surrender. Their criminal justice system is pretty forgiving. Some corporal punishment, but forgiving.
You're running away with this idea, Victoria. I can understand the desire for an out. I need you to understand that this isn't a good or fair way of going about things. For one thing, Shin, who you brought up, they could get in the way. They may stop her from leaving. I expect them to.
I expect you to do whatever's necessary to get her to therapy. Flashbang the guards. Force Amy. Manipulate her. Because the alternative to making her is dropping that grenade at her feet and extinguishing her. That's how important this is. I fought like hell to even get that admission out of her, Dad.
I know you did. I'm proud of you.
Then act on it. Fuck it. Follow through. Grab the baton I'm extending your way. Run with it. Help to carry this the rest of the way. To her sitting in an armchair talking her way through that stubborn maze of self-deceptions in her head, or to bits of that little girl you carried and took to school being cleaned up with a rag.
That's enough!
His shout was loud enough to almost hurt my ear coming through the phone. Rather than risk damaging my phone by reflex, I dropped my force field, let it fall, and caught it with my hand. That couple at the end of the hallway, I glanced to see if they'd seen. They had their eyes closed. I didn't bring it back up to my ear right away. When I did start to raise the phone, I saw the notification. A call from another number a minute ago. I hadn't noticed the buzz.
Side of you I don't like, my dad was saying. I know this is hard, believe me. I respect you so much for enduring it as much as you have, and I know exactly what it's like to think about escape routes, options to get away from it all, or magical solutions. Sometimes that's all you have. But we're not there yet. We made progress today, and I'm so proud of you for making that progress. Don't fixate on that ugly kind of outcome.
He wouldn't do it. He couldn't. I'd do it. I reached out to her again. I had no obligation to do it, and I would have been entirely 100% within my rights to fly out there and wipe her from the face of the earth. I'd accept any jail time. I'd accept the fight it brought with Shin's parahumans and monsters, because it's still a better outcome than what she wants to do. He didn't immediately reply.
I know you would.
Dad, these are the stakes. This is where we're at. Fight to get her to that therapy appointment. Come home and look after Mom. I'd almost said Mommy, like I was a little kid. I dropped my eyes to the floor. Because she needs you. Or out of respect for the other little girl you took skating, gave baths to, took to school, helped with her homework, read stories to at bedtime. Stop, Amy, so I don't have to. Any one of those three things, and I'll forgive you.
Forgive? He asked, like the word was as startling as my murder request.
I've got to go.
Victoria, we need to talk about this.
I've got another call. I've said what I need to say. I love you, Dad.
I love you too, but...
I hung up. Not wasting any more energy on this, I thought. I checked my phone and tapped on the notification for the missed call. The phone auto-dialed. Hey, kiddo, Tattletale said. Yeah, maybe don't call me that. It's better than Glory Hole, but not right now. Whoa-ho, Tattletale said. What were you doing before my call came in? I was asking politely. Yeah, but there's a lot of emotion beneath the surface there, hun. Is hun okay? There was a noise in the background. A voice I was pretty sure was Imp crowing, Tattletale has a hun. Sure, if you have to. I get it. You're just barely tolerating me. I won't take it personally.
I'm just barely tolerating everything right now, I said.
Which is why I won't take it personally. I get it. I know if my dad called, I'd be pretty pissed during and after, Tattletale said. Also, hi, I'm looking at you through a camera.
I looked and spotted it.
Yep, that's the one. Lookout has a thing running, making it appear to the camera like your lips aren't moving and your arm is at your side, not holding up your phone. Which is good, because she says you're being watched by 13 people right this second, myself not included.
I sighed. Tell her thanks.
She hears. As for us, we can talk.
Good. Typing was inconvenient. Thank you for your help back there. The warnings about the dangers, so my friends didn't walk into traps. The little word changes that probably made a big difference. Sainthood and intensities and alienation. You got the second-generation trigger wrong, though.
In my defense, I was typing fast. Keeping up with speech while processing what my power gives me can be hard.
It was good. I'm grateful.
Wow,
Tattletale said. I heard a chair creak. I also heard commotion that might have been kids running around. Or dogs.
You're trying real hard to be nice, aren't you?
Try really hard to let me be nice without making a big deal of it or using it to be a festering pain in my ass.
We'll try. No promises.
Kenzie's safe? The kids are good? I asked.
Safe, fed, and given a mood-altering quantity of double chocolate chip cookies, with Candy going the extra mile to look after your kid. Most of the 5 feet tall and shorter gang is watching the feeds and listening in on conversations. It's like putting a normal 10-year-old in front of the television with streaming TV, complete with them accidentally catching the PG-13 and R-rated stuff.
I winced.
What stuff? Byron and Tristan regaling Golem and Ava with the story of Tristan's almost first kiss. The gay chicken story, if you've heard it.
Is this a cock joke?
Truth or dare thing, where mean middle schoolers single out.
Redundant.
Oh, mean middle schoolers. Yeah. Well, the idea is they single out the homophobic or closeted members of their friend group and dare them to one-up each other in pretending to be lovers, until one gets too embarrassed to continue and gets the punishment game instead.
Ah, that sounds like it could get uncomfortable.
It was a good almost memory for him, I think, which is nice. But it got a bunch of mischievous, heartbroken brains into a particular mode and mindset. I recommend no sleepovers at Aunt Rachel's for a while. If they do happen, it's at your place instead, and you deal with the aftermath. I recommend extra hands on deck.
I missed my team. No sleepovers, then. I don't think I'm jumping on top of that particular grenade, I said. Good warning, that. Though I have to wonder how Rachel would even handle that kind of mess.
Stable duty, Tattletale said. You should see the way Amias and Nicholas stopped dead in their tracks when I said those 2 words.
Small voices piped up in the background, unintelligible. What the hell are we doing, Tattletale? I asked.
Right now? I know it's not what you're really asking, but for now, we're talking civilly. What's important is getting you calmed down enough that you can go back to that situation room you're avoiding right now without, I don't know, dropping something on that Eric fellow from a great height. That seems to be a recurring theme with you.
Ah, fuck.
You gotta go back. After that, we'll be mulling over options and where we need to allocate our resources. First things first, bureaucracy was the issue?
Yeah. Twat named Eric is shutting me down at every turn. I don't suppose you could dig up some dirt on him or get him off my back? I asked. I stopped for a second to consider. How dangerous a question is that to be asking? Like in terms of what could happen to him?
Not too. In fact, I can pretty much guarantee that Lookout over there is looking into him. Oh, look at that. Kid shoots me a guilty look.
Kenzie's voice cutting into the call was startling. Not too loud, but still an input I wasn't expecting.
Do you want the dirt? I've got dirt on him. LaRue, Pierce, a couple of other names around the table. Manic, Hicks, Cabezas. I found surveillance camera footage, home PC stuff.
I leaned against the wall, looking up at a flickering light. Fuck. Not unless he's a chite plant or anti-parahuman agent or something equally nefarious.
Nope. He is really opinionated about the old PRT, though, instead of the current wardens.
Look out, I said. Reiterating, you shouldn't give it to me. You shouldn't go get that stuff on your own initiative. It makes enemies. It's invasive. It's not right. Not unless we have more of a clue there's something nefarious at play.
Okay,
Kenzie said, sounding crestfallen. Crestfallen was okay, when she was getting a lecturing for breaking the rules. Remember what I said. Follow the law, do what's right, reach out, minimize regrets.
Yeah,
she said.
Gonna go do stuff now. Sorry.
Thanks for the help with Amy. Let's work on the other stuff.
Uh-huh.
As far as I could tell, that was the point she was off the call. Probably still listening in. Threats, I said. What are we chasing?
That question? That's you procrastinating, hun. You and I are focusing on getting you back into that situation room, because networking with the wardens and having full access to them is important. We can't rely on our back door.
Entertain me, I said. Threats. I'm thinking they're blind spots for Contessa, and or they're threats so minor Dinah hasn't thought to ask questions about them.
Okay, walk me through it. I'll fact-check. Blind spots.
Simorg.
Yes.
Mama Mathers. Soft blind spot. She can look, but doesn't want to.
Yes.
Portals.
They are a factor. So is the epicenter of the cracking, city's heart, near the old Warden's HQ, but we're lucky because that's where the Simorg is, too. We can ignore it.
Powerful capes. Valkyrie.
We have eyes on Valkyrie, and she's self-aware that she's a possible crisis point. So are her flock members. Only like 5% higher chance of being our breaking point, but, you know.
Sleeper.
Restless, but still around. Earth Zayin in the palm of his hand. He started to emerge. Legend faced him down.
How?
Leveled about 30 square kilometers of city.
I nodded.
He's dormant now? For now. If he had motivations for making one attempt, he's going to budge again soon. But I don't have the instinct he's our threat. He's background. Someone else's problem.
I nodded. This was good. Well, not good, but this was progress. What am I missing?
For other blind spots, Teacher's tech, his portals, a lot of the cracking, and a few traps he set using tinkered replications of Mama Mathers.
Using what?
Nothing like you're picturing. He had Tinkers scan her, copy her power, and work out stuff like quantum tripwires, tripping when you look at them.
There was a commotion, with a rustling of the phone microphone. I heard Tattletale's protest.
Hi!
A more unfamiliar voice said. I heard more indistinct grumbling from Tattletale in the background.
Hi? Imp here. I thought it was important to notify you that whenever Tattletale says quantum, she is talking out of her ass. Every last syllable is enunciation by way of but.
Okay, I said, duly noted. I'd really like to get back to the conversation, though. It's kind of really important.
Ah, that's sweet, she said, before handing the phone to Tattletale.
Not sweet. Necessity, I told myself.
Sorry about that. There's a reason I hole myself up in an office for days on end. It's because this lot plus a thinker headache add up to a quantum headache,
Tattletale said, sounding like she was speaking in a direction that wasn't to the phone.
Not a thing,
I heard Imp. For all her complaints, Tattletale sounded more like the cocky, confident villainess I tended to imagine than she had since our reunion in New Brockton Bay, for lack of a better word. Quantum tripwires, I reminded her of the conversation.
Yes, devices that trip in response to being observed, with big flashes that stick in your vision or mind's eye. But mostly it's the portals. Contessa is on her way back from Chite. She's got a captive teacher with her. She let a group in there and leaned on them pretty heavily to get around the special countermeasures he put in place. She's got teacher, so he's out of the picture? You dealt the knockout blow, reset his thrall network, took away the addictive impulses of being under his sway. His thralls took him hostage and kept him while fending off inquiries from Chite government. Custodian and Ingenue are still in the wind, one of them literally.
One off the mental checklist.
Any other blind spots? Only that Contessa is still malnourished, with slight atrophy of the limbs. It's slowing her down. She's also slowed down because she's having to reset her layers of defenses. Stuff she'd ask herself regularly, to guard herself against every eventuality in the days and weeks. After her trauma of being captured during her one taste of freedom and independence, I think she's being extra slow and extra careful. No blind spots, but factors.
Okay, I said.
Moving on to Dinah?
Before that, still on the subject of Contessa.
Shoot.
Big threats. There's a lot of shit that a precog of her caliber could have gone after, right?
A few things. Machine Army?
Stuff like the Machine Army. It's hard to ignore the evolving, endlessly reproducing machine hellscape that's encroaching on our front door, so I think the Wardens have that base covered.
Fair,
Tattletale said.
You want to make sure we're leaving as few stones unturned as possible.
Yeah, I said. For what it was worth, I was happy to be focusing on the task. I felt more me than I had when trying to sleep, showering, eating, or playing the secret commander and shot caller in the Situation Room. Okay, so my mind goes straight to the files.
Imp told me about your little library.
Yeah, don't remind me of that. I'm still pissed about the kerosene she poured on my stuff. And the fact she tried to burn down Swansong's apartment. So, okay. Quarantine sites are a starting point when you want big and problematic, while still being easy to forget about.
Not something I ever dwelt on.
Most of the quarantine sites around America became places to send the PRT capes who weren't palatable for public consumption, or the ones who couldn't play nice with others. Tall walls, patrols, specific duties, right?
Sure. Armsmaster could have ended up there if they hadn't found busy work for him. Maybe. They might have thought he'd rebel.
Pastor, I was just thinking recently, when Sveta was getting care, it would have been great to take the guy out of commission or bring in for study, because he would have given us a ton of hints about broken triggers and Case 53s, which makes me think...
We're in the right department. Dead.
We're sure?
Yep.
There was Ellisberg, of course, Nilbog.
In custody, cooperating, effectively retired. Turns out that living off of cupcakes made of goblin puke and having next to no mental or social stimulation kind of grinds you down.
Flint.
We don't know about Flint. Nobody knows about Flint.
Between Dragon and Jean Wynn, I got access to almost everything, and there were details in there. A cape popped up who made a lot of people in their vicinity develop coronas and trigger. They'd organized a villain group put together from as many of their triggers as they could, and that villain group had mutinied, deciding to slay the goose that laid the golden eggs, cut it open, and see if they could find what ticked.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Not even that metaphorically a carving up of the golden goose. They cut the cape up. Each member of the villain organization took a literal pound of flesh. With a lot of members, it was a lot of pounds of flesh. Teeth, eyes, ears, limbs, everything taken with care to keep the cape alive just in case it was important. And they'd scattered, and they'd gone after victims to force induct into their fucked up villain group.
I remember them. Didn't know about the, pound of flesh placed near the victim? Induced triggering?
Or fed to them along with the forced trigger situations. I don't know. But it worked for at least a few years.
But that's before our time. The dark decade after the Siberian murdered hero, she said.
Uncomfortable to think about? That's about it for North American quarantines. A lot of the unquarantined Class S threats died in the fight against Scion. I could have elaborated on motivations, but I felt like that might have spoiled our little hero-villain truce here.
Yeah, Tattletale said. Intentional, I think, as much as anything was then. I had so many friggin' questions on that subject, but no. Again, it would have spoiled things. Khepri had let them die while fighting Scion. Tattletale agreed with the hypothesis. So many questions. The blasphemies, if you want to go international, Tattletale supplied. My files don't go that international. It's mostly PRT stuff and what I was able to dredge up online. A group of tinkers get a spark of inspiration, dig up the resources, and start building. Each one of them builds something almost perfectly identical. Huh. But, Tattletale said, with dramatic flair and what I imagined was a smug grin at knowing something I only had situation and battle notes on, here's the thing. They're each in a different country, a few thousand miles apart in one case. Talking online? I asked. Nope. Phone? Nope. No contact. They weren't even very similar tinkers. 3 coincidental builds. That to me says something about the agent's network, the landscape we saw, interplay. I trailed off, expecting Tattletale to pick up the slack. She didn't. What? I asked. More than 3. We think it was 8, but it could have been 10. They required specific materials to make. Once the first 2 showed up, the heroes started getting ahead of the tinkers. 2 tinkers weren't very experienced. 1 died around then, 1 got arrested. 1 made it past heroes to build the 3rd. 5 were foiled in their robbery attempts. I nodded to myself. Good fucking job on the heroes' part. The notion of there being 5 or 7 more spooked me. Are they active? I asked. They were active, but aimless, in our general Gimel Europe area, operating separately. Now they're together again, as of the last week. Make of that what you will. Make of that what I will? Big ask. To me, that sounds like a symptom of overall weird agent behavior. I don't disagree. Thing is, none of those are really considerations, Vic, Tattletale told me. Except the machine army, except the blasphemies. Where does that get us? Except you procrastinating on going back into that room to not blackmail the lacrosse player in the purple shirt who may or may not have a powerful relative who got him into the same university you applied to. I pulled the phone away from my ear, halfway hoping I could see a video image of Tattletale's face. You read the dirt? The point is that you're procrastinating. I'm stopping to think, I said. Emphasis on the stop. Don't get me wrong, hun. Not faulting you. Sometimes I need to shut off the lights, send the kids away to muck stables or be horrible to each other, and retreat from the world. Just don't pretend that's not what you're doing. Emphasis on the think part, I stressed. Collaborating with you. If we think about these guys and how they exist in the first place, they're questions. You're doubting her. I heard about the kid Cassandra's accusation. Now you're back to that? It's hard to ignore, isn't it? You have to ask a few different questions when you consider that those people and things existed. One, the obvious answer, is that they're blind spots. Too powerful, too messy, whatever. Certainly applies. They give me headaches, and I'm seeing this stuff in Sudoku vision. What? Never mind. The second answer is, she's Cauldron. She was, might still be in some way. I don't think you make Cauldron-level decisions for 3/4 of your life and then move on without carrying some of that with you, Tattletale said. How many of those threats were allowed to go on being threats, not because they were blind spots, but because they were useful to Cauldron or their goals? I asked. They made Case 53s, for fuck's sake. And speaking on behalf of my best friend, it was an evil thing to do to people. To children, sometimes. Our focus is on the present, not on the past. Do you think she's still keeping some useful pawns on hand? I think we start by asking if she's even on the same page as the rest of us. If she even wants to stop this calamity. Then we start asking what she's using in the way of pawns.
Arc 17, Sundown, Chapter 10. I walked, both because I was restless and because I knew I was being watched. Kenzie's filter made it appear like I wasn't talking or holding my phone to my ear, and it got weird if I was standing in a dim, damaged hallway for an extended period, staring at a wall and doing nothing else. It would raise concerns. So, for that matter, would talking to Tattletale. "How does she think?" I asked.
"Contessa? She's lava," Tattletale replied.
"The only volcano references in my recent memory are an analogy to the well of the agent's power with broken triggers and someone I hucked into a hillside. Why lava?"
"Because I was going to say molasses, but there's nothing sweet about her. She's dangerous, and saying she thinks like molasses implies she's slow, which she is, but not like I want you to imagine."
"Okay," I said. I could get on board with this kind of thinking, at least.
"Lava can spurt. It can reach surprisingly far when we're talking about molten rock that breaches the surface. If you get too close to it, you can get burned. It can do a shocking amount of damage, start fires that rage for days, whatever. But mostly, if you leave it alone, you get a steady stream that lands close to home and then pools out from there."
I'm on board with the line of thinking, but explain that last bit for me.
"She starts every day with questions, anticipating, countermeasures, how to secure herself, how to secure her immediate goals. Drop her into a new situation with just her power and no context, and before she's formed a complete thought, she'll guarantee she's safe from the most immediate threats. You can't touch her."
"Like you can't touch lava."
Then the lines of thought expand out from there, the pooling out, finding the cracks and exerting herself along them.
"How do blind spots factor in?"
"For my metaphor? Bodies of water? I don't know. I'm ass-pulling, as Imp would put it. But the idea applies. The lava pools up and around. It builds. Walls, peaks, accumulations. She sets up stuff in the periphery or vicinity that impact or constrain the blind spot in question. For Scion, it was Case 53s. It was specific teams of specific power levels in various Earths, stuff hidden out of sight and stuff in plain sight. The PRT. It was distractions, it was delays, and it was encouragement for him, to get him where they needed him and when.
I kept silent, digesting that, trying to imagine it in this context. There were people walking toward me in the hallway, and so I was forced to play nice and not say anything that would turn heads or get talked about in earshot of the others.
"Why do you ask?"
Tattletale asked. The coast was clear. "Sorry, there were people. I had to wait before I replied."
"I knew that. It's why I waited to reply."
Ah, her power.
"I can see you on camera," she clarified.
"Oh. My line of thinking is, if she is a problem, knowing the angle helps. If she isn't, knowing the angle helps. If there's a threat that slipped her notice, it's possibly something that escapes her blind spots, and it's helpful to know how she sets things up and how something could slip by. If she set something up..."
"It helps to know how she set things up, right?"
"Right," I said. I didn't know the exact way to where I was going, but I had some ideas. I'd come this way once before. This place was massive, and a lot of the time navigating it was like traveling across a city and marking the transition from suburb to commercial to high-end residences and then to industry. Once one knew the general feel of an area, it was a question of knowing whether to head north, south, east, west, up, or down. Up. Out toward the exterior wall. "What do we look for?" I asked. "Groups?"
"She pools out, remember? Finds the channels and cracks. Teacher catching her reset everything, put months of distance between her and her pawns, for lack of a better way of putting it. So she deployed,
and she started with herself, then reached out for tools closest to her, worked out from there."
If it helps, I can't imagine it was personal.
I reached the top of the staircase, walked past some people who looked like refugees that were getting the lowdown on the work being done, and through a gate. The area was an interior roadway primarily meant for moving cargo and materials. Off to the right, there was a long corridor that led to the outside, with an extension that combined balcony, road, and helicopter landing pad, all running along the outside of the building. To my left was a drop, blocked off by a short railing. Cargo containers were scattered around, some recognizable from Gimel, others a little odd, adhering to different standards. There were scuffs of battle damage, abrasions, claw marks, stains. She said that if we took the route that would see Teacher captured, 2 members of my group would be dead or gone. Paraphrasing there, but...
Yes, Tattletale said. And you lost 1.
Option A was that 1 member would suffer for so long it might as well be forever. I got the answer about that. Precipice stuck in the doorway or something. The idea was that the city would lose its heroes in a hard-fought battle.
Makes a kind of sense. Something like what we did last night, but more obstructive than penetrative.
I didn't miss the we did as opposed to the you did. I made a sound. Option B was that we let him win. Back off, let him finish his plan. Subvert control over his people, close the portals. I can sort of see how that might have played out now.
I can too,
Tattletale said.
It would have been last night, except we wouldn't have been in a rush. You at that same crystal near Teacher. No.
No?
No, not you. Rain. One of the members of our group with a natural facility toward the crystals, instead of your brute mindset of, break it.
I rolled my eyes.
Saw that.
You cannot see that on surveillance camera, I spoke into the phone.
I can see enough for my power to fill in the blanks.
It would have cost hundreds of thousands of lives if we took option B, I said, quiet. Or so she said. She described it as being helpful in the long run, good somehow. Kind of like how she thought Teacher was close to being on the right track. She said so when we confronted him at the very end.
A clue about how she thinks and what she prioritizes. She's taking a tack very close to that. I don't think she was lying when she said she was trying to find an outcome that would make our side happier overall. I do think she's liable to expand out beyond that after a week of mulling things over and expanding her reach and consideration.
I leaned heavily into the railing, the hard, narrow bar biting into my arm. I looked down at the loading deck below, at the gouges. Repaired parts where Swansong's power had kissed the metal floor. So we're useful and we get consideration after freeing her. We get to be the pawns, but she appeals to our interests in a general sense, and then she moves on?
It's all about the shortest path, Antares. Her power doesn't say, walk for 2 days to get to this location, talk to that person, if it can say that she should talk to the person next to her. Her goal was self-preservation. Your group, Imp, and the Heartbroken were next to her, and making you happy ensured you didn't hurt or stop her. You just happened to be close enough to the lava to get burned, too.
So the goal was survival. Even reaching out to us, the ABC thing, it was survival, or partially survival.
Partially revenge against Teacher, yeah.
What is it now?
Equilibrium. A manageable, balanced state where things don't break down further. A foundation things can be built on. Probably the reason she liked the hundreds of thousands die eventuality is that a smaller population is easier to manage. Probably it has to do with reminding humanity why we're needed. That there are scary monsters out there that only the capes can stop. And, I don't think she's given up on her dream.
Her dream? I asked. I imagined Cauldron's control, influence, and power.
Standing on a beach, her power turned off. Being free. It's an uncharitable view, but with my power supplying next to nothing, I'll build on what it's told me in the past and say that she's someone who let millions die, often in horrible ways, for the greater plan. I think it's possible she tells herself it's okay to let more than half of the population die so long as things are stable thereafter. Things can be built up right. No overcrowding, no hunger, no resource dependencies on chite or shin. A better balance of cape and non-cape. And she gets to stand on a beach with her powers turned off without being ambushed.
Swansong died, and for what? We won that day, but... I missed my friend. There had been something fun about wine and crackers and old movies, about being challenged. I wouldn't have been talking to Tattletale now if I held the views I had even 2 months ago about heroes and villains, white hats and black hats. I wouldn't have changed my views if it hadn't been for Swansong. The kernel of caring for Kenzie at the background, and the willingness to reinvent herself in the foreground. Seeing that look in her eyes after she had killed Beast of Burden. The willingness to go to jail. I don't think that's Contessa, I said. I'm not basing this on anything I can really define over a phone conversation. Gut feeling. But we talked to her, and I saw the look in her eyes as she outlined it all. How far away she wanted to be from the decision, which Sveta eventually foisted on her. I heard Tattletale. Gut feeling, I thought.
Wish I could tell you more, hun, Tattletale said. I don't have enough data.
Hey, Kenzie? I asked. No response. Do me a favor. Don't listen in. Don't look back at this past recording and dig this up to re-listen. I want this bit to be me and Tattletale. A pause. I wondered if she was listening after all. Surely Tattletale would...
Okay. There she goes, Tattletale said. Straight to the puppies.
There's puppies? I asked. Damn. Almost wish I was there.
It'd be awkward. Like how awkward your kid is feeling right now. You and this current project you have her handling, connecting you to your team. It's her only connection to breakthrough right now.
I know, just gotta get through today, I said. I gripped the railing with my hand that had the bandage around the missing fingernail, gripped the phone. My power changed.
Yep,
Tattletale said.
Floating phone earlier kind of gave it away.
I'm worried I changed.
Wouldn't rule it out. Is that a bad thing?
It's a thing. It could be bad. It's hard to separate it out. How much is me? How much is her?
And how much is the fact that you almost died last night? You were burned all over. You got a very concrete reminder of how mortal you are. You got a massive wake-up call about just what exactly it is we're dealing with. Powers, greater forces. It takes a while to wrap your brain around that, once you're faced with the reality of it.
That feels like a cop-out, I said.
Or is saying it's your power doing the talking the cop-out? Didn't it work for Amy because it was a cop-out?
I gripped the railing harder. I'm really hoping that's not what she takes away from it.
Or you'll ask your dad to off her?
Okay, I said. I closed my eyes. This isn't exactly what I was hoping to get out of this conversation.
You wanted mollycoddling. Sorry, hun, mollycoddle is a whole nother cape out there somewhere. You get tattletelling. Annoying, hard-to-confront truths and possibilities. Last night, you dove literally headfirst into powers and everything there was out there. You had a near-death experience. You found out things you weren't ready to learn.
So none of it's the power? I asked.
Antares, honey, you've been in this business longer than I have. You lived it even before you triggered. You should know the answer to that question.
Last night, when Dragon questioned me, I didn't even know my own name.
Isn't that telling?
Tattletale asked. There was something in her tone there that reminded me of who I was talking to. The villain who used information against people. I was bearing my every vulnerability to her in this moment. I almost ended the conversation there. My thumb moved the button to cancel the call, and a twitch or accident could have seen it make contact.
"Just tell me," I said. "If you're blaming the power to that extent, you're probably wrong. Just like the people who don't take it into consideration at all. It's a worm, wriggling through our heads, too slippery to nail down with a neat, pat explanation. The only correct answers are, 'I'm not sure,' or the mathematician's 'yes.'"
"That doesn't help narrow things down or figure out a way forward," I said. "For me, for my fucking sister, for Contessa."
"I think it does. Just so long as you don't reduce. Focus on the totality."
I stared down at the loading dock as a bunch of teenagers in winter jackets clambered onto a big metal cargo thing and attached hooks to bars that were inset into the metal. There were gouges on that, too, spray-painted a bold yellow to warn people to look out. Swansong had been as influenced as anyone I knew. The agent close to the surface because she was a clone, not so different from Valkyrie's flock, from Dennis, from Christopher, from my Aunt Sarah. I thought of every single member of Breakthrough. Each of us had unique relationships to our passengers. Fighting it daily for control over her body, having to meditate to even find a semblance of functionality. Caged by it, portioning out life in turns. Caught up in manufactured dreams and chained to fanatical enemies. Pulled in deep, with tragic qualities and habits turned into tools that fed those same qualities, in maybe the deepest spiral I'd known a parahuman to have. Wearing it, like a fragile piece of armor. Could it be dismissed or swept up or brushed aside so easily? Each person considered a totality, rather than a person and a problem to either be embraced or defeated by?
"I don't know,"
I whispered.
"Now you've got it,"
Tattletale said. I thought of the Situation Room, which I was overdue to return to. Of the situation, of Contessa, of Teacher, and how Teacher had ended up. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid to step back from this. I'm being aggressive and acting on instinct, but if I stop, I might lose what I gained last night.
"I guess you have to weigh whether the cost of being aggressive, instinct girl, is heavier than the cost of losing what you got."
I clenched my fist. My skin pulled tight, and the missing fingernail throbbed. I shook my head. I can't tell what instincts might actually be my agent telling me things. I know what you said, totality, not assuming anything, but...
"Welcome to my life, hon. Every hour of every day for the last few years. For what it's worth, I like your instincts."
"That doesn't make my decision easier," I said. It was only as she'd said it that I realized I was imagining myself tilting more toward the ignore the instincts option.
"That's not my job. Hard, annoying truths."
I'd come here hoping for a revelation. At the same time, I'd wanted to touch base with Swansong, remember my friend by visiting the place she'd died. But of course, it wasn't that simple. None of this was. "How long has she had her power?" I asked.
Contessa? Since she was Kenzie's age."
"In totality, what does that make her? As person and power together? You said she was defensive, because she has the weight of the world on her shoulders? She can't afford to show weakness."
"Or disaster strikes. Any number of forces like Teacher would co-opt her."
"Does she want to destroy those forces? To ensure she can walk on that beach without her power active?"
"She might now. I think she probably wouldn't mind if the especially problematic forces were destroyed in the process of her doing what she thinks she needs to here. It would even play into her goals with laying a solid foundation."
"Do you qualify?"
I asked. I might, Tattletale said. Why do you think I have the Undersiders and Heartbroken here? I tensed. No, I'm bullshitting, Tattletale said, but it was a humorless statement, almost dark. I wasn't really dwelling on that. I kind of assumed I've kept enough of a distance from her to be a factor. It is possible. Is breakthrough? I asked. 2 of us were supposed to leave the picture for the long term. Only one has. Tattletale didn't immediately respond. I could hear Rachel raising her voice in the background. Kids laughed. A girl was shrieking, "She peed on me!" That would be one of the puppies. I really hoped. It was hard to tell with the Heartbroken. If you're combat ready and your blue Capricorn guy is on his way back to fighting shape, I'd keep expecting that shoe to drop. I pulled my hand away from the railing. I'd left a faint hand-shaped imprint in it without meaning to. I feel like we don't lose anything by clarifying the blind spots, clarifying how Contessa operates, or clarifying what her motivations might be, I said. 2 ways we could go about that, Tattletale told me. I've got stuff to handle, and I'm putting it off while I'm on the phone. I can handle the Contessa talk later, or you can handle it now. I could use the cred, if it's even that, I said. And I could use an excuse to go. Go then. I'll wrangle kids and puppies, deal with a cranky kid who's feeling very worried and out of place right now, and get my team prepared. Meanwhile, my own team is scattered and on the front lines. Thanks for looking after her. But Tattletale was already gone. I looked down at the loading dock and the signs of battle. Repaired, subtle, or glaring in how they'd been highlighted so workers wouldn't cut themselves on sharp edges. I feel like you'd know exactly what to do for that kid at a time like this, I said to the empty air. I gave the part of the railing with the handprint a pat, then stepped away. It took everything I had not to fly. Technically, the damage here wasn't nearly as bad as it was in the heart of the city, but, again, technicalities were a really bad argument when faced with a contingent of angry capes and staff. I took the stairs back down 2 at a time, not touching the railing as I navigated by the people who were descending more slowly. In the worst-case scenario, flight or invincibility would break my fall. I didn't end up needing either. I hit the landing at the base of the interminably long staircase and jogged from there. What are you missing, Contessa? What lurks near your blind spots, or what serves your purposes? Which is it? What does Dinah fail to ask? I couldn't do anything about Dinah, not in this moment, but I could get details on Contessa. This wouldn't be easy, on so many levels. I almost got lost, trying to find my way to the Situation Room. Only the fact it was as central to this particular floor as it was saved me. Then the familiar hallway where I'd talked to Jessica, where heroes seemed to be perpetually stationed, waiting for orders or standing guard. None were familiar. If this isn't the last time I enter this damn room. A few heads turned at my entrance. Eric saw me and rose to his feet. Before he reached me, however, I reached the end of the table. Holding up one finger, telling him to wait, I pulled up a chair. I could see the irritation on his face. Good. But I didn't want enemies. I just needed to focus on priorities. I made a hand gesture to him, hands pressed together as I mouthed a sorry. A part of me anticipated him stopping me. I prepared a response, a debate, something to buy some time. But he simply stepped down, waited. Amy was back on the Giants, I saw. The machine army had lost a bit of ground, but constructions riddled with hooks were capturing Giants, teaming up with 3 machines to every 1 Giant, tearing the Giants to pieces, harvesting the chunks and carrying them away in assembly lines.
The giants were appearing at a new rate that roughly replaced the old ones. I looked away, refocused on the matter at hand. Citrine still sat to my left, dressed in black with a yellow gemstone at her breast. She still wore her wedding ring, which looked like Damascus, with layers of something golden in there, without having any gold to it at all. I was sure there was a story as to why.
"Can we talk?" I asked her. "I'm here to answer questions, offer help and resources," she said. "I'm undecided if this qualifies as the captain at the helm when her ship sinks, or if I'd have to be in the city for that." "My questions may not be easy ones," I said. "That's good," she said, her tone and expression dispassionate. "You should have all of the easy answers already." I decided to fall back on my knowledge and training in dealing with loss. Just as doctors had to sometimes deliver bad news, I'd been taught to do the same. "What's your understanding of Contessa right now?" I could see her expression change, a slight narrowing of the eyes, lips pressed together a bit, like she would refuse to talk to me. "Why?" she asked. "Because I can't shake the notion that this isn't about Amy Dallin. It isn't about Dauntless. It isn't about the Machine Army, Pastor, Nilbog and the Goblins, Sleeper, the Blasphemies, Teacher, or any of the other major threats we've been keeping an eye on." "Teacher's been captured," Eric volunteered. "They're bringing him in." "Really good to know," I replied. "I'm relieved." "Your suspicions turn to Contessa, then?" Citrine asked. "No, not suspicion exactly," I hedged. "You wouldn't be the first. Another precog brought it up." "I'm curious what you know or think," I told her. She sat back in her seat. I wasn't sure if it was the black outfit or weariness, but she looked older. More like a queen weary of her throne than the princess at a festivity. "You know that she sent one of the boys to us. We were preparing. We were not front-line fighters. Kurt could manage quite well, but in a war zone, we preferred to wait, strike surgically and with great precision, to optimal effect. I imagine if he had a thinker power, it would be too many inputs. Thinker headache?" Citrine pressed her lips together again, displeased. She almost seemed more bothered by the fact I'd mentioned any kind of weakness than the fact I'd brought up her husband's de facto killer. Was he alive? A factor? It was hard to imagine. She wore heartbreak in a way that I was familiar with, maybe even more heavily than I was familiar with. I'd lost Dean, and maybe Dean had been my soulmate, but I could believe that the number man had been Citrine's soulmate. Conveying that loss took more acting skill than I was willing to believe she had. It was hard to imagine any confluence of circumstance where pretending her husband was dead would benefit her or her agenda, or even benefit the city. Easier to believe she wanted to protect the Harbinger boys who had the same power and weaknesses. "Sorry," I said. "Because of her message, we rushed where we normally wouldn't. We trusted her. Kurt went to open the door for me, and his body shielded me from the worst of the blast. The boys came and administered medical care. She killed him. Is that what you want to hear?" "I want to hear the context, or anything that fills in the gaps, sheds light on how she thinks." "You could have just asked. We were acquainted." "I'll ask in a moment if that's okay. Do you know why?" "It's impossible to know anything for certain when it comes to that woman. If she wants you to reach another conclusion, she'll ensure it." "I'd like to take a shot at it," I said. She apologized. She said she was hurrying to act against Teacher, and said she didn't double-check the outcome. Her waking up from Teacher's influence meant she had to rebuild her infrastructure of checks and balances, starting with herself. She extended out from there by using the tools in reach. My team, heartbroken, wardens. Makes sense. But you weren't in reach. It's not about reach like you picture. Ease? Everything's easy for her. If she wanted you to die in this room at a specific time with a specific antique pen jabbed into your eye socket, she could do that easily. A few statements and actions taken at the right times and places.
I was aware that I was broadcasting a delicate subject with Citrine, and that seemed to coincide with the sudden emergence of a violent hypothetical situation.
What then? Time? Time. The number of steps required. All easy, but why do in 12 steps what you could do in 3? Sending someone we know with a specific message we're inclined to trust may be easier than any number of distractions she had at her disposal to corner Teacher. She didn't have the time, and she took the most expedient route. We accepted her apology, the children and I. Just like that? I asked. No, Antares, Citrine said. Her demeanor remained queenly, but I could imagine she was the type, now, who would order beheadings. Not just like that. But we know what we keep company with. And as a person? I said I'd ask. As a person, stunted, limited, childlike, composed, certainly, graceful, proud, educated even, but not fully formed. She may never be. Maybe that's just.
So much for forgiving her.
A baby learns to trust. All she's ever trusted is her power and the woman who ran Cauldron. That woman died. At your teammate's hands, as a matter of fact.
I kept my expression still.
A child learns autonomy. She had her hand held every step of the way. Industry and work ethic, or how to pursue something. As we just discussed, everything is easy for her. How can you have work ethic without work? Identity? I asked. I imagine the style she wears provided the shortest number of steps to ensuring Dr. Mother was listened to in meetings, or to ensure she was given due consideration as a bodyguard. Intimacy? I asked. Does she like anyone? Dr. Mother, maybe. But then you have to wonder. If you take in a dog, virtually any dog, of any breed, any personality, if you feed it and treat it with kindness, won't it love you? She's a dog? I asked, my tone twisting despite my intent. I didn't like dehumanizing. You have to ask similar questions. She depended on and was cared for by one person. Wouldn't loving that person be inevitable? Does she think she made a difference? Was it worth it to do the kinds of things she did for Dr. Mother? I couldn't tell you. I don't think we would have won without Cauldron, but I am biased. Does she regret it? To answer that question, I think you have to start by asking how much was really by her design when Dr. Mother made the choices and her power dictated the how.
Fuck me, I pressed.
Does that impact the decisions she makes? Call them into question? She remains forward-thinking. I think she's been at it for so long her brain has adapted to it. She thinks for the future more than the present. Her decisions are sound. No, I don't think it impacts anything of note. Agendas, motivations, drives? You make her out to be a robot like this. None that I'm aware of. And I think she's grown since she finished her mission, but I can't know in what direction she grew. I could guess, but it would be just that, a guess. What I can tell you is that if you think she's going to betray us all, she's too young, too stunted. She'll be too busy finding her own way to decide ours. She could make you think that, I said. She could. She would do so perfectly.
I fell mute. It was my turn to press my lips together. If not an attack or scheme, was it a blind spot?
Tell me what you're after. Why this line of inquiry? she asked, and I could have answered. But even though Citrine's Mortari group had set us up with funding, provided research, and cooperated, I hesitated. I didn't understand her. I didn't like her. I felt like it was weird having her at the table, saying so little, watching it all. I'm worried about some stuff that's going to come to pass later, I think. I'm worried, I said, telling her the truth. Then the lie. I'm wondering if there are ways to circumvent her, work around blind spots, or if blind spots are a consideration for what comes later. A story I imagined anyone aware and mentioned by Contessa's power might have echoed. Contessa had been Cauldron, and I had to imagine each member of that loathsome organization had faced that reality and a similar question before. The only reason I didn't was because I knew it was futile. I'd read literature on precogs, determinism. Frankly, terrifying. I wanted to believe that the blind spots would accrue or change the result, but wanting to believe wasn't actually believing. It still made for a story to tell that was apparently believable and pitiable. Citrine's expression softened for the first time. No, Antares. I don't think there's a way to change the course of events. If she said it, then you can hope she lied because the lie required less steps than the truth. I nodded, giving that nod extra emphasis to sell the act. I don't want to give you false hope, she said. Lies are very rarely less convoluted than truth. It's not how she operates. I nodded, again with emphasis intended to betray an anxiety I didn't feel. That was my excuse to back out of my conversation with Citrine. My pretense for the conversation that didn't betray too much. Which wasn't right. I did feel anxiety, but it was about other things. About my team, about the imminent disaster, about goddamned Amy, and doing what it took to ensure she got help, as harrowing as the doing was. Amy. Fuck. I walked over to a new seat, not next to or especially near anybody. I got my phone out, laying it on the table. I leaned over the table without sitting, thinking about framing. First steps first. I looked Eric's way. I want to have a discussion, he told me, before I could open my mouth. Disciplinary? I asked. Yes, more or less. I'll listen to what I have to, do what you require, but can I please call my therapist first, if you haven't arranged one? We haven't, and no you can't. Is this because you have a missile flying towards Amelia Dallin-Levere? I wouldn't agree with taking that approach before giving her a chance, but... No missile, he said. For now, sit in this chair next to me. We'll review things. Just tell me the wardens are doing something to follow up on the action earlier. My teammate almost died putting herself on the line, working with Tattletale to get across to someone very powerful and very ill. I have a trace of hope there. I need to know it's justified. I don't have to tell you anything, Eric said. You've been uncooperative every step of the way. Why should I extend you any favors? I stared him down, taking mental note of the situation. Armstrong wasn't present. Citrine wasn't on my side. The only other people I could name were Megan and Yasmin, Goddess's cluster, and Pierce, who I only knew as the person who tended to stick near the computers. She was there now, and she and her underlings were agitated. The only scene that matched that agitation was the ongoing fight against the machine army. Soldiers running this way and that, to move rubble and adjust the forward defense. Here and there, they used explosives to deal with larger robots. The flash on the screen drew Eric's eye as he broke eye contact first, and I looked too. There was a machine that was as tall as a house, with spindle legs, and a kind of open coffin for a head. A person was in the coffin, machinery threaded into their eyes and mouth. They groped blindly at the air as the machine spider-walked its way forward. When the giant smashed the machine, It bled from the resulting cracks, lurched back to a standing position, and then began firing lasers from turrets at the side. While Eric wasn't looking, I slid my phone across the table. I took the seat next to him. The machine was hit with a rocket. The person at the head was given a merciful end, but the general shape of him and the giblets were held more or less in place by the machinery that threaded into the mouth, out the other end, all along bones and around organs. Eric looked away. He seemed surprised when he saw me sitting next to him. I turned my palms upward, keeping my expression unimpressed. I sat. "May I please call?" I asked. "This is in the warden's favor, the city's favor, your favor, Shin's, mine, and Amy's. The only logical alternative to this is dealing with her for good." "We know," Eric said, "your stance on the matter. Your father called us after he talked to you. You asked your father to kill a foreign dignitary? Was that it, then? When the going gets tough, the tough get going? Or at least deflect responsibility, deflect everything, set up an escape route from responsibility and commitment? I just wanted you to go to Mom if you couldn't hack it in Shin, or get Amy to therapy, or ensure we didn't have to worry about Amy ever again. Damn it, Dad. I just felt a profound sadness. I told him to go see my mom because she's not at her best. Earlier, you said she was capable. Earlier, I was respecting her pride and dignity. She knows her limits, but she's far from her best. I told my dad to go to her. If he couldn't do that, he was supposed to focus on ensuring Amy gets to therapy. Again, win for everybody if that happens. She's the scariest damn person in the world. It makes sense. Murder was a last resort, if it even comes to that. I wanted to drive home how important this was, how serious. I kind of want to do the same for you. Are you threatening me? No. I'm saying the world is about to end, and it's going to be a very complicated end if we don't have the Red Queen handled in some fashion. Let me make a phone call and give her someone to talk to. That's all I want. I'll do whatever else you require. Your job this entire time, Antares, Glory Girl, Victoria, whatever you want to call yourself, has been to sit down, be quiet, answer any questions if explicitly asked. Get the hint. Accept that you're benched. He was a bit pissed now. A few heads around the room were looking. Will you make the phone call, then? I asked. I held out my phone in his direction. Please. Doc. He took my phone out of my hand and slapped it down against the table, face down. Incensed, breathing hard, glaring. Last night, you told Defiant and Dragon that you wanted to submit to the authority of the Wardens, that you'd accept any decisions and punishments from our group in exchange for our continued resources. Eric, I said, meeting his eyes. With all due respect, I've seen nothing to indicate you have any authority at all over me. I'm going to go make my phone call. I'll stick around, I'll offer advice, and if and when Chevalier or another member of Warden leadership shows up, I'll accept their decision. If they decide my actions here warrant kicking Breakthrough out, fine. This phone call you're ignoring, it's important. This imminent disaster, important. I was so tempted to add something along the lines of, you, not so much. I was pretty sure I conveyed it with the look I gave him. I was so done with this. I collected my phone, noting the crack on a screen that had remained intact through more than a dozen cape fights, and slipped it into my pocket, turning to head out to the hallway. He grabbed me by the upper arm, the same arm that had the bullet wound that still hurt sometimes. Down, girl, I thought, before my power could do anything. We exist as a totality of me. I get a say. I twisted, using my hand to disengage his hand and push it back toward him before stepping back. It was something I'd learned very early on into having any powers. Everyone had known. I'd been able to show it off in class. Enhanced strength. Lifting the teacher's desk with ease. That it made people uneasy. That it scared them. Awed them at the same time. I hadn't used my aura, my flight, my force field. I hadn't relied on any intuition. Only hand-to-hand training and assuredness that came with knowing that I had a bigger stick when it came down to it. And that was enough. Galled, spooked, wounded, Eric glared at me. Others looked alarmed, like they thought a fight might break out. Pierce wasn't even following the machine army fight in this moment. "You're supposed to listen to the unpowered," Eric said. I was hard-pressed to think of anything more impotent he could say. "You're supposed to earn it," Citrine said from the head of the table. "It used to be default because you built society and we came to it. The rules changed when it was a city we had a big part in building, defending, and feeding." I didn't want you on my side here, I thought. "Not what I was going for, Citrine, Mayor Wynne," I said. "I'm okay with following the rules, but it can't be arbitrary. I'll follow the law if it comes from a lawyer or judge, not a random citizen. It's their city. It's ours, too. We keep bleeding and dying for it, but we're not supposed to claim any part of it." "Maybe, but it's not the time or the place, Madam Mayor," I said. "Probably not," she said to me. To the rest of the room, she said, "Ignore me. I'm grieving and saying silly things." I remained where I was, facing this claustrophobic room of tired people who had shucked off suit jackets and hung them on the backs of chairs, who looked like every last one of them had no idea of where to stand. It had emptied by half, and by the design of it, I felt like it could empty by half again, and it would still feel like there was nowhere to stand that wasn't uncomfortably proximate to someone else. But the emotion was heavy in the air. Tension. They were trapped in a cage with a lion and a panther, and both animals focused on them, rather than on one another. And I was the dreaded lioness. "I'm sorry for the disruption," I said. I was going to say more, but I was taking in the faces. I was aware Jean was leaving, that she'd played a part. Was this that spurt of lava, reaching this far? "Are we keeping tabs on the anti-parahumans?" I asked. The words froze Jean at the door as she was making her exit. Not a single person replied to me. I reached for a laptop someone had left open and logged in, pulling it over to me. The motion saw Eric back away a step. I brought up the screen, the list of objectives. A possible concern that would fly under Dinah's radar. Something useful to Contessa? I wasn't following that thread anymore. I could dismiss it. I trusted Citrine in that, at least. But it was something Contessa had made use of. Citrine had lost her husband when they'd rigged a bomb to her car. The list showed them. Anti-parahuman groups and cells, all toward the bottom. The ones that were active threats and the ones that had already been suppressed. There were 24 listed, but only 14 remained ongoing problems. 14, with 14 minor teams or groupings of independent capes assigned to them. The most minor capes, sent to deal with the ordinary humans upset at losing their city, or the shit-stirrers from foreign worlds, or both. I could discount the ones obviously outside of blind spots, narrow it down. Contessa had gone to Chite to get Teacher. She'd had to bring a team with her because she couldn't see clearly around his tech. The portal tech, anything close to that. Chite, who had sent the people who had blown up the portals. The name of the team, Major Malfunctions, caught my eye. They were on the list. Part of a group of 8 keeping the peace at the Chite-Gimel border. I checked, and sure enough,
They were close to an area that was likely rigged with some of Teacher's countermeasures.
Ward, Arc 17, Sundown, Interlude 1. Withdrawal, now. It was a problem with his team that they all moved at different speeds. People were pressing in, getting aggressive, and it was getting worse, not better. There were 10 people holding the line, only a couple of them capes, and they really needed 20 or 30. He set his foot down, and the boot prong stabbed through the snow, found ice, and got some traction there. The frame ran up his spine, down his limbs, and extended out past his hands and feet. Each extension something between a disabled runner's prosthetic foot and a pogo stick. He sank down as the full weight of his body and combined gear came down, metal straining, mechanism sinking into mechanism. The fluid cell at his chest powered the suit's movement so he could bring his limbs around in time, with a thrust that made him feel like he had little rockets attached to the elbow, knee, ankle, and wrist, pushing his hands in the same directions he moved them, pushing the metal that he'd shoved down in weight by the gram. The same fluid cell pulled him into the ground, driving titanium compression springs he'd lubricated with his red juice, folded themselves in a way that defied conventional physics, storing up potential energy. Every step was a tiny, lurching feeling as everything gave more than his gut felt like it should, even as his tinker brain told him it was fine. The finer adjustments were made by way of nitrile, strand muscles, a shift in posture, position, and weight using memory metal as fine as spiderwebs, safely ensconced within metal shells. The sensation of rising and falling with each bounding step was made more dreamlike by the unintentional illusion he'd crafted for himself. The fluid cell generated heat through chemical reaction. That heat ran through the frame, drawing in cold outside air, and pushing it out through his suit. Warm air flowed between fabric and skin, a sensation of wind at all times, out of sync with his movements. "Catch up," he willed his teammates. "I don't want to do this alone. I can't be alone again." The foot that had come down a moment ago now unfurled with the force of a gunshot, nearly silent. Nearly, because his goggles were unnecessarily registering the tremor at his R01 calculator at his shoulder, and his L1 at his other arm. Unnecessarily because he could feel it. He'd lost weight, or he'd worn his frame over his jacket enough to crush the sleeve down in size. At those points where things weren't fine-tuned enough, metal rattled against his bicep and shoulder, like someone was shaking a cage. The people were doing their own shaking and rattling. They pushed against the line, where patrol and a few scattered capes stood behind waist-high wooden barricades. The barricades scraped and shuffled, back endings digging into snow. One picked up briefly, tipping back because there was enough forward pressure, and enough snow at the base of the feet that there was nowhere else to go. A cape put his foot on it, and slammed it back down into position. Withdrawal didn't even know how to handle this. His whole thing was movement, and this demanded the opposite of that. To look at him from a distance, he bounded more forward than up, but he still bounded, moving through the air in loose acrobatic leaps. It looked easy. Or lazy. It wasn't. In his head, he kept track of 100 little things. Driving a car was hands on the wheel, foot ready to hit the clutch, gas, or brake. Sometimes shift gears, but always 4 wheels on the road. Fat, rubber tires that struck the necessary balance in making enough contact with the road. Treads. His frame touched the ground with one limb at a time. The point of contact as wide across as 3 fingers pressed together, and the total weight of him, his frame, and his current fluid dispenser, the pill popper, amounted to 266.134 pounds. Even the weight of the snow that had settled on his helmet in the seams of his frame mattered. In a car, one had to check the mirrors every couple of seconds. Be aware of the environment. In the frame, moving like this, he had to be aware of everything in that 1 second at a time where a limb extension prong was in contact with the ground. And one didn't tend to drive a car at 100 miles an hour through a residential area. One didn't tend to have to look up out of concern for wires strung between buildings, or overhanging construction cranes. Or, well, anything. 2 feet together, a 2-footed leap this time. He was aware of how far behind his team was as he jumped to the edge of the fray. He kicked up a plume of snow as he skidded to a stop, a pink and red bodysuit with gleaming silver apparatus extending from the limbs. He'd chosen a friendly pink for the round lenses that covered his eyes. The faceplates that settled over parts of his face assembled so the seam offered something in the way of a disarming smile. The pill popper was a 100-pound column topped with a construction that resembled his helmet. A reading on the slick black bar display running along the side told him that he had 8 out of 9 shots remaining. Not that he was likely to lose track. He was dumb, he thought, but he could count to 8. He really hoped he didn't need those 8 shots. These were civilians. There were another 4 or so heroes around, helping to form a defensive guard around the preceding area. The area was a mess as far as he could tell, and even though he hadn't been around long, he couldn't help but feel responsible for that. He knew, rationally, that he wasn't, but he was supposed to be here to fix things. They weren't fixed. And he couldn't come away from that simple equation without feeling like he dropped the ball. He put himself in the way of a group of people who'd been pushing past patrol uniforms, butt end of his popper crunching into snow and ice, arm out. It gave people cause to stop in their tracks, and the teenagers and 20-somethings in black winterwear with body armor and helmets used the opportunity to regain some control over that group. Others elsewhere on the line started to push through, climbing over the simple wooden barricade. "Can we talk it out?" he asked. It was a man with a midday 5 o'clock shadow who replied, spit and frozen breath flying from his mouth as he shouted, "Fuck you! We've been trying to talk to you all for weeks, months, and nobody listens!" "I haven't been active that long. Can we try starting now?" he asked. Someone threw something. Before he saw what it was, he brought his popper out, hand sliding along the length of it as he held it out to bar the projectile's path. A metal lunchbox sailing towards a cape's head. It cracked on impact with the side of his popper, and the contents fell onto the heads of the protesters below. The cries and anger seemed more like he'd been the one to instigate it, to throw the lunchbox, dumping the contents on the heads below. No room for talking. Refugees were going to Chet. Or, that was the idea. Just about everything had been turned on its head. Some citizens were deciding that this was where they wanted to take a stand. Other citizens weren't moving smoothly, or following instructions when it came to the evacuation into Chet. The government seemed to have conflicting ideas on how to handle everything that came up. And, on top of it all, there was Cape stuff. Some incident in Chet, Kronos starting to move, and some attack from Shin had all caused alarm and delays, which had made every single existing problem worse. Apparently not just here. They'd had more capes in the area 20 minutes ago. His team had been patrolling, looking out for traffic problems or bandits preying on the convoy. The heroes had decided to call them in for this. They needed more, and he worried they needed better. He'd jumped into this life with both feet first, after so many years of doing nothing. And he'd come out the other side with some injuries and way too many scares. He didn't feel ready. His team was only just now arriving at the scene. Fumehood, Finale about 10 paces behind. Caryatid 20 paces behind Finale. Traffic had stopped. The influx of new refugees stalled, and Chet's people stood at the entryway to the station, keeping their distance. "You can't control us!" a middle-aged woman shouted. Someone was trying to get her to stay still and stay put, holding her wrists. But she was fighting. "You put powers in charge of the city, you override our police force, you shut down and attack civil protests and assemblies! You shove us into tents in the wintertime while powers get houses! You make us wait a year before we get 4 walls to call our own, and then you make us move! We just want you to be safe. We want to help," Withdrawal said. He was drowned out. "I was in the tent cities with you," he called out. "I was there, helping keep people safe." He wasn't sure anyone could even hear him. He wasn't sure anyone was listening enough to even try hearing him. Someone else threw something. He couldn't move in time to stop them. Fumehood and Finale arrived, but Finale looked too spooked to know what to do. She made a finger gun, visibly biting her lip, which was exposed in the gap between scarf and mask. Her eyes roved over the crowd. "Finn!" he called out to get her attention. He shook his head. Finale backed off, doing nothing more than raising her voice to call out, "Calm down, please!" Fumehood had her orbs, each the size of a fist. They spun in an orbit around her outstretched hand, which she held out, palm facing the crowd. A shield of sorts to ward off the crowd. And it worked. It made a good scene, her hood and little cape fluttering with the heated fan at her back. And Caryatid finally arrived. Stoic, unflinching, invulnerable, immovable. Far better for holding the line than he was. Keeping a crowd of people from running past checkpoints and border security. Things were at a standstill already, but if this went tits up and the line was breached, it would bog things down for at least an hour. Everything would need to be cleared, backed up. Everyone mid-processing would have to start over. Otherwise there was a risk of stowaways. He'd already seen something similar when patrolling the tent cities and observing people making their late arrivals from Earth B to Earth G. Someone hit Caryatid with a weapon. She was in a breaker form, though, so it did nothing. "Don't do that!" Finale cried out. "Why would you do that?" Can you capes back off? Make room?" one of the patrol called out. Withdrawal checked. There were more people in patrol uniforms arriving, some with shields. "You're agitating the situation by being here. The intent is appreciated," a patrol uniform said. "We were asked to help," Withdrawal replied. "What help?" someone nearby shouted, almost in the uniform's face. "Where were they while we were in the tent cities?" "We were," Withdrawal protested. "We're the exact wrong capes to be complaining about that too. We were there every day and every night." "You're poison," a boy around Withdrawal's age shouted. The officer wasn't wrong. This wasn't helping. He looked over at Fumehood, saw her nod. He made room for people to step in. Fumehood made more orbs, spreading them out to create a perimeter of whirling spheres to ward people off from passing through. Then pulled them back as the patrol uniform stepped in. "Gotta take care of Carrie," he thought. He picked his footing carefully, so he wouldn't stumble or get in the way of anyone. Moving through the growing crowd of people in black winterwear and armor, he struck the pillar-like pill popper into the ground, just next to Caryatid. "We're backing off," he said, reaching down to lay the end of the J-shaped length of metal at the back of his hand across Caryatid's shoulder. He wasn't imposing like someone in heavy armor was. He was tall, his reach was long, and he carried a heavy weapon. But he used this to try to draw attention. Carrie was vulnerable while out of her breaker form, and she couldn't really move easily while in it. It was very all or nothing. This way, he could shield her a bit from anything thrown, draw attention, and give her cover to return to human form and make her retreat. "Stay close?" someone in uniform asked. "Okay," Fumehood said. The other heroes were backing off, too. Withdrawal's pill popper crunched as he set it down on ice and snow, leaning it up against the concrete ledge. It started to slide in Finale's direction, and he put his arm out to stop it. the tool was bigger than she was. And she looked so scared. She didn't have the constitution for this. She didn't have the constitution for... well, not this. When the long, quiet stretch without anything to do had seen her power start to act up and trigger from even unintended sounds and triggers. He hadn't connected the dots on that until Antares brought it up. "You okay?" he asked Caryatid. She nodded. "I'm fine, but..." She subtly indicated Finale. Withdrawal nodded. Calming her down was their priority right now. "Brr," Caryatid said, rubbing her arms. "You need me for anything?" He shook his head. "I'll manage things." She used her power again, adopting her statue-like state, her face perpetually unfolding. She'd have no concerns about the cold like that. "Finn," he said. Finale turned wide eyes his way. "Get settled. Like we did at stakeouts. They've got this," he said, with more assurance than he actually felt. "I don't think anyone has this. Nobody's been on top of things for a while now." Finale leaned against the wall beside him. He looked away from the crowd for the first time, noting the wall was a concrete pad that the building had been placed on. Some work still remained to be done to incorporate the pad into the surroundings. He climbed up on top of it, keeping his popper in reach of his frame-extended arm. He settled into a crouch, perched on the ledge, thumbs flipped at knobs and catches, adjusting the frame around his body. It ran up his spine and down each limb, with limb extensions past the hands and feet. The effect of the adjustment was to freeze parts of the frame, relax others, and set it up so... He tested. No, not quite. A supporting strut at his back remained rigid. "Like this, then?" He leaned back, stretching out his legs a bit, finding footholds further down. The back of the frame gave a bit, like a recliner might. Catches T3, T7, L2, R2, W4 through 6, E4 through 6, and lock W7+, all the way down. Same for E, he told himself. If trouble started, he'd have to flick them all before leaping into a fight. It'd take 3 seconds, but relaxing the constraints and turning his frame into a recliner meant like he could sit like this forever. Not that it would be forever. He could see the ongoing situation they'd been kicked out of. 20 people in black uniforms, no capes, and it still looked like they were one mistake away from letting a portion of the crowd through. People cutting in line, people wanting to complain, people who saw the violence and the numbers and wanted to voice their own concerns. People, above all, who hated capes, who resented them, or resented their failures. Chet had their own processing, with papers to hand out, literature, a volunteer to be assigned to each family. They were more organized, but even they were in disarray. He had to put his hand out to catch the pill popper. Finale had bumped into it as she climbed up onto the concrete pad that this tall building had been mounted on. He leaned as far back as he could, frame creaking, to look up at his friend, viewing her upside down. Finale smiled, looking a bit mischievous and a bit guilty. She dropped to a crouch with enough speed that he thought she might crash into him, put a hand on him to steady herself, and then used a gloved finger to wipe snow off his goggles. "Thank you," he said. "What are you doing?" "Oh, nothing." She was so bad at lying. "Don't flip any of my switches, okay?" "I won't." "Really, don't. I know, remember that time I said don't turn the tap water on because the water was bad in the house and I was going to be taking a shower in the next room? Then you turned the tap water on to be funny? I'm really sorry. I thought it would get cold if I turned the cold tap water on. I didn't think it would get hot. This is more important than that. I need to be ready in case that..." He pointed at the refugees who had left cars, or who hadn't even come from cars. People who were hostile and kicking up a fuss. Fumehood was over there with one of the patrol captains who weren't holding the lines. "Becomes an incident. If you flip my switches or mess with anything, it might mean something doesn't move like it should, and then I might get hurt. Not even as a joke. Okay. Caryatid looked his way. He couldn't see her face. You warm enough? He asked, softer. Mostly, Finale said. Caryatid stood off to the side in her breaker form. Her face unfolded like an open book, with pages appearing and constantly turning to wrap around the sides of her head, blending in with her tumble of black hair, which was doing something similar, if subtler. Her hands were the same, surrounded in orange-yellow floofs that unfolded in a similar way. It was a relief when Fumehood rejoined them. Do me a favor? Fumehood asked. Look at my fan. I keep smelling burning and I'm worried I'm going to go up in flames. Withdrawal had to unhitch a few things so he was free to lean a bit out of the framework. Fumehood had a heated fan at her back, in a much smaller version of the heating system he had. She'd already had the fan as part of her costume, and attaching the heater had been a pretty minor thing to do. When she'd grabbed a jacket to wear with her first costume in the colder weather, they'd have to do minor alterations for the fan to fit. The hooded mantle of green cloth that hung from her shoulders down to mid-torso hid most of it. Her hand went to her stomach as she bent over to give him more access to her back. To pay me back, give me one of your orbs when I'm done, he said. I want to compare some stuff to my pill popper. Sure, she said. We're still in the yellow rated zone? Should be, he said. Checked on his pill popper while unscrewing the housing that held the fan in place. A bit of lint, it seemed. Toasty lint. Nothing that would ignite to the point of setting her costume on fire. In the meantime, can you share some stories from the old days? Finale asked, from her position on the ledge behind him. She leaned on his frame, which he'd partially detached from, causing the metal to squeak. War stories, Withdrawal said. Gotta call 'em war stories to sound cool. War stories? Finale said. I might be running out of war stories, Fumehood said. Aww. I've told the one about my stint with Smokey. I would have been Bad Apple then. No, Finale said. Yes, Withdrawal said. Then he frowned. His goggles had indicators at the edges. Symbols more than words, because he was slower than words than he would have liked. The light that appeared was the equivalent of a check engine light. Fluid core? Heating? It appeared, and additional displays appeared at a rate that made him think he was the one on fire, not Fumehood. Was something wrong? He could feel the heat prickling his skin inside his costume. He didn't have time to delve into it. Across the street, the line of people from the patrol was losing out to a small crowd of 50 or so people. Some people who were waiting in the line of evacuees had gotten out of their cars, pushing their way forward to yell, apparently about the delays and how officers were more focused on getting this than getting things moving again. When this was what was keeping things tied up. Here and in just about every other place. The added bodies meant the officers weren't ready enough. Capes who had been hanging back sprung into action. People had broken through, and now they scattered. Some going for things to throw. Others just trying to run like they could get past 20 staff and everyone at the Chet side of things. Escape through and have an apartment waiting for them. If that was even their goal. Withdrawal sheathed the tool he'd been using on Fumehood's fan, as Fumehood ran forward, creating her orbs without throwing them. He started to lean back into his suit, and then decided he didn't trust it. He put his right arm through the sleeve, strapped it in, flicked R2 to lock, tightened R01 for good measure. A nervous-looking guy. The same guy his own age who had been shouting at him from the crowd earlier pulled a gun. He spun around, pointing it at Capes. Citizens from Shet who were here to help. You don't even regret your place in all of this, the boy shouted. You'll do the same things tomorrow you've been doing for years. You're actual poison. Withdrawal hefted his pill popper, holding on to his frame with his hand and foot positioning as much as the straps did their end of the work. Too heavy. Alarm indicators appeared at the goggle's edge. Carrie! He grunted. Caryatid, who had been starting to move forward, looked at him, and then jumped forward. She went statue still and immovable, her arm out to hold up the end of the popper. He leveraged it, aiming. The head at the top of the popper opened its mouth, and it had a punch of an impact as it spat out its shot. pill the size of a football, modeled after Fume Hood's power. He pulled the second trigger. The pill detonated with enough force to knock the kid over, so he landed on his hands, gun below him. A wet crimson mist filled the air. Crimson was the wrong choice in retrospect. It looked uglier than it was, like he'd detonated the kid and turned him into a gory mist. A casualty of his categorization system. Red was for compression lube, tech fluid, or getting tight things into containers smaller than they were. It was the only fluid he trusted to play nice with the cracks in reality that he'd recorded. The kid didn't get to his feet. He flipped over onto his back and aimed between his knees at the closest target, now a patrol member who was running up. Squinting past the paint-thick red chemicals that covered him, he wasted no time in pulling the trigger. The gun jammed. The patrol uniform jumped on top of him. Pop! Pew! The tiny detonation flicked the gun out of the teenager's hand, knocking it into the air. A diagonal shimmer of blue air swatted the gun into a snowbank. Withdrawal breathed a sigh of relief. He kept his popper trained on the kid until he saw the gun had been taken away, the handcuffs put on. From the looks of it, the fall had shoved the gun into the ground, which would have warped his shape a bit with the compression lube all over things, contributing to the jam. He set his pill popper down. 7 out of 9 shots remaining. Thank you, Carrie. That was cool, Caryatid said as she dropped her breaker form. Yeah, he said. He watched the ongoing skirmish, but it seemed to have stopped just as much as it started. Some people had gotten out of cars, though, joining the crowd that stood behind the line of barricades, watching. 1 or 2 had phones out. Twisting around, he looked up at Finale, who looked guilty. He checked his indicators. Things were settling down. Finale, he said, trying to be gentle. Did you do something? I didn't flip any switches, she said. What did you do? Nothing, she said, still terrible at lying. He started, then decided knowing was more important than anything else. I promise I won't get mad. Just show me what you did. The kid was screaming, still spewing invective. Moving cautiously, like she thought he would get mad, Finale brought her gloves to the back of his suit, resting them on the 2 main exhaust ports, warming them up with a rush of heated air, and blocking 95% of the airflow. She bit her lip. Moving just as cautiously, using the one arm he still had sleeved into the frame, he poked at her hands, moving them an inch away from the vent. That close is fine, but don't cover them. Oh, okay. Is it still warm like that? She nodded, biting her lip. I'm stupid fond of you. You know that, right? She nodded. No more lip bite. I'm sorry I'm a fuck-up. You're not— Fuck you! The kid screamed. What are you even doing? What have you ever been doing all this time? You're just making things worse! It was the wrong words, in the wrong moment. When flashes of light danced around his vision, which was tinted a rose shade with the goggles he wore. His skin was slick with sweat from the heating issue, prickling still. His heartbeat hammering from the scare. The screams and shouts in the distance. It was the stars aligning in a way that delivered the word home from an angry kid's mouth to Withdrawal's heart. It took a nudge from Caryatid to get him moving again. Make him realize he'd gone silent. A glance from her towards Finale reminded him of what he'd been saying. You're not a fuck-up. Don't worry. Caryatid laid a hand on his knee. What's wrong? Fume had asked as she rejoined them. Spooked? Guns do that, especially for me. So hard to put into words. Not spooked. Meh, he said, while feeling far from meh. He looked at the continuing ruckus. War stories, I guess. I didn't think we had any, Finale said. This is the one all of us have, he said. He looked back at Finale, but expecting her to connect the dots on something that vague was a bit unfair. He'd told his team bits and pieces before, but he told them now. Withdrawal. Then. Fuck you, you fucking fuck! The words, like sound and even things as inoffensive as the feeling of the hospital sheets against his skin, were pain. Distilled fucking pain. He was slick with sweat, hospital gown sticking to him. His hair, half shaved, half long enough to stick to his nose, dyed, was in his eyes, and he couldn't even muster the effort to fix it. When he looked up, he saw his mother, dressed in the kinds of clothes she would normally have worn to bed, her face flushed, her hair a mess. "What are you even doing?" she harangued him, her voice shrill and digging into his skull. "What have you been up to these past few months?" Whenever he moved his eyes, the shadows in the dimly lit hospital wing danced, looking more like dark things scampering this way and that. Look left, and it was wolves and biting squirrel things darting to his right, causing panic to leap in his chest. Look right, and vague humanoid shadows lunged left. He searched, squinting even as the dim lights viewed through a curtain of eyelashes were searing lasers drilling past his eyeballs and into his brain, and found that humanoid shadow. A doorway. But if he looked at it too long, it distorted, ballooning like a funhouse image. Movements at the corner of his eyes took on that insidious, darting around kind of edge, and he found himself unable to distinguish between the spots in his vision, already tortured by the glare of his lights, and images his brain told him he was seeing. Faces that could have been ghosts or monsters. He whimpered. "You disappear for months at a time. I get a call from the police about you, and you have drugs, alcohol, cigarettes? I have you for a few days, and then you're gone again. How many times has this happened? More months I don't hear a thing about you. What have you been up to?" His mother's face, which she wasn't fond of by any measure to begin with, looked unfairly monstrous in that fleeting moment his eye movements moved her from left to right and back again. She clapped her hands in his face, hard. He pulled back, wincing from the pain of the noise and the feeling of blood pounding in his ears. "You almost died, you stupid shit," she hissed at him. The fear wouldn't go away. His own heartbeat wouldn't slow down. "It's DT, in case you didn't know. They've done what they could, but I hear it's still going to be a few days of hell," his mother told him. She leaned in close, and he could smell the stink of her. His face contorted as he twisted to get away from her. She grabbed his face and made him look at her. Her face inches from his. That edge of hallucinations or whatever it was made her features twist. "Good." She let go of him. He moved away, staring at a wall. Part of it because a blank wall was the safest to look at when every shadow was something threatening. Part of it was that he hated her. A fucking 12-year-old alcoholic, one for the fucking books. He heard her leave, and it was only then that he allowed himself to moan, to shed tears. He hated her. He hated the stink of her in her filthy house. He hated the clothes he was forced to wear because she only got him hand-me-downs, sometimes with t-shirts cut for girls or shirts with holes in them he could put his finger through, because she didn't want to try anything. She was happy for them to live with next to nothing, because anything else required work, and he was expected to accept that. A house that shook when she banged her boyfriends. Noisy at night when she had friends over, but she neglected him. And she neglected herself. He fumbled with the IV, panic surging in his chest when he realized he couldn't get it out of his arm. Blood welled around the metal bit as he pulled. He wanted out. He needed out. It was a matter of survival. She'd called it a pattern. It was, just not the pattern that she'd thought it was. He drank because of her. Because being around her was unbearable. Because he needed to numb the feelings of hate and resentment, or he went crazy. To lubricate the days and get to the point where the past and the memory of her was a background haze. He'd hang with other kids on the street. There was a boy that he'd liked, that he'd kissed. He'd dull everything, find his footing. Stop drinking so much. Stop smoking as much. Just enough to fit in. And the first time he'd started to straighten out, look for a way to go back to school without going back to his school, the cops had picked him up and taken him home. So he'd gone back to drinking. Stolen drinks, then ran away, then scrounging up money and using the rooftop garden by the old pool to try fermenting drinks with the teenagers. Back to numbing and lubricating and gliding through days until weeks had passed and he got bored. He tried to put his life together again. And the second time, a year ago, he'd experienced this. Hell. He'd been so fucked up by the end of it, he'd had to go home. Once he was home, back in the hate, he'd turned to drink again. An endless spiral. He was now certain he'd die before he got old enough to get away. Panic, fear at his own certain demise ran through him, sweat running down him in little streams. He pulled against the cord that bound his arm, the sheets that pinned his legs, and he screamed. A noise loud enough it made his head explode with pain. The pain numbed in its own way, disrupted the thought, so he screamed again to bring it back. He thrashed madly as the nurses came in. Months and years of this already. Months and years of waiting, if he lived that long. Dark shadows danced across his vision. Glimpses of shadow people, built like snails or clams, but with limbs so long there were clouds around their legs. They turned, and they looked at him. They communicated in whispers that should have been incomprehensible. They spoke to him in those same whispers. Something bigger, constantly shifting, loomed over them. It descended for him like a swooping bird, bigger than a city. He screamed. Withdrawal. A critical moment. "Ground rules," he said. "Don't ever call my mom. No matter what happens to me, I don't want to see her. Other relatives, I have a card in my wallet. But not my mom. You can't let them call her either." He felt so shitty for saying that. "Did she do something?" Belle asked. "No. She didn't do anything. Ever." "Oh," Finale said. She frowned, eyebrows knitting together. She had a very expressive face. "Ground rules are a good idea," Carrie said. She had an oval face and olive skin, with straight black hair and a knee-length black dress she wore for her costume. She fidgeted. "Can I give you mine?" "Sure." "I don't like drunk people. Or high people. I don't want that to be a thing we do." "What if I go and—" "No," Carrie said, staring down the back of her hands. "If you want to do that stuff, I can't be around you. Or anyone else we bring onto the team. One strike, I'm gone. I don't ever come back. Ever. Ever, ever. I'm sorry." "Okay," he said, looking down at his hands. They shook a bit. "I think I can try doing that. I like you guys enough that I'm willing to try." Carrie's smile was a nervous one. A relieved one. he was pretty sure he was more relieved than she was to have that ultimatum.
Finale. A critical moment. Everything shattered. The noise was deafening. Metal, glass, plastic, and tools mixing in with colored liquids, powders, and everything. The table, even though it had all 4 legs on the floor, tipped over abruptly. As liquids mixed, they made stuff buck, kick, or drown themselves. She backed away before any of it touched her. Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no! Withdrawal yelled from the far side of their headquarters. She could hear him running. Oh no! All of his hard work. And he told her to stay put. Oh no! Balling her hands up into fists, she sucked in a breath, panicky. It was like she couldn't tell if she was breathing in enough air, so she sucked in another, then another. The stuff kept sloshing around and moving, way more mess than she could fix before he got back. More mess than she could fix in a day or 2 days. He was going to be so mad. He was going to leave, or he was going to stay and hit her, or... She didn't know. But it couldn't be good. She hadn't known it would be this messy. Why hadn't she listened? She sucked in one breath after another until her head felt light and her chest hurt. Stupid, 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 worthless! No, no, no! The one thing he'd specifically told her to steer clear of if she was going to be in his workshop at any point over the weekend. But him telling her that had made her curious, so she'd decided to take a closer look. Then she'd been busy getting a closer look, and she'd forgotten the steer clear part of it. She'd touched it, and it had jumped across the room like she'd kicked it with all her might, crashing into a table covered in stuff, and... Oh, no! Bella! She spun in place, freezing up. Oh, no. He rushed up to her, and she jumped back. He reached for her, grabbing her by the wrist and pulling, dragging her. Oh, no. The door slammed, and she jumped, eyes squeezing shut. She felt his hands at her arms, running down them. His hand touched her neck, patting at it, checking. Are you hurt? She sucked in a breath, held it, shook her head. He pulled her into a hug. She exhaled for the first time, and the sobs came naturally with the exhalation. He didn't know. She had to tell him now, or she wouldn't ever. It was me, she squeaked. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I know it was you. It had to be you, or a freak accident like a squirrel getting into the building. Are you okay, though? Nothing hit you? You weren't splashed? Not sure what to do. She nodded, then shook her head. He hugged her tighter. She hugged him just as tight back, her head all confused by his reaction. You're going to listen from now on when I tell you not to go near my stuff? He asked. Yes, of course, yes. All the way, yes, she sobbed. I'm just so glad I didn't come in to find you dead on the floor, he said. I was terrified. She nodded, face rubbing into his shoulder. And I'm going to lock my workshop up if there's anything sensitive. My fault, too, he murmured, still hugging her tight. If we learned a lesson that important without any bloodshed, I think today's a good day. Best day, okay? I thought you'd hate me. Can't. No room for hating anyone, he said. Not good for me. And you're the person I'm least able to hate. Never, not once, ever, had she fucked up and felt loved after. Not by mom or dad, not by friends or teachers. For all her life, it had felt like bad things happened, and more bad came after. Over and over and over. For bad things to happen and for good to come after, it made the world seem brighter and better. Finale, then. Her mother stroked her hair, trying to get it to stay flat. It never did. Fixed the collar. The collar stayed put. It was a nice new shirt, white with buttons. A ribbon tied around with a bow at the front for the girls. A tie for the boys. She had a new skirt and fancy socks and hard shoes. "Do your best," her mom said. "Okay." The parents left the room one by one. Only a few lingered, resisting the orders to leave while they snapped a few more pictures, camera flashes going off, leaving her and the rest of the kids behind. Mrs. Wall stayed, but she was focused on talking to the other adults. All the other boys and girls were dressed nice. It was kind of cool, like in the fancy schools and books. She gripped her drumsticks in both hands, fidgeting, then began tapping them together, reminding herself of how the music went. "Don't do that," Mrs. Wall said, pointing at her. Bella stopped. Everyone else had turned to look. Bella ducked her head down. "I was just practicing." Time seemed to pass impossibly slow. Distant music could be heard, but it was muffled, so she only heard the deepest, loudest notes. Nobody to talk to. She had no friends in this class, or anywhere, really. Her fingers tapped against her leg, a silent rendition of the musical piece. "Do you know what would be funny?" Jeremy said. He was talking to Paul, his buddy, but he glanced at Bella. "What's funny?" Bella asked. "It would be so funny if we were all up there in front of everyone and one person just busted out the best solo you ever heard, out of nowhere." "Free bird!" Paul exclaimed, doing the air guitar. Jeremy laughed. "How would they react?" Jeremy asked. "What would they even do?" "I'd do it," Paul boasted, puffing out his chest. "But you can't do a good solo if you're in choir." "Beatbox!" "Nah, you'd get drowned out. It's the shittiest position. Nobody pays attention to the choir." "It would be so funny, though. You'd have to be so brave," Jeremy said. He looked over at Bella again. Then the topic changed, and the boys were talking about a show she'd never heard of. She tried to follow for a bit, but gave up after a while, leaving her alone with her thoughts and drumsticks she wasn't supposed to practice with. Her fingers drummed a beat against her leg, more to pass the time than anything. She went through the entire musical piece twice before Mrs. Wall clapped her hands together. "Class, everyone, quiet, on your best behavior." Everyone fell silent, except for Bella, who was already silent. Her hand went still at her legs. They were lined up and filed out into the hallway, where every stone shone and the walls had picture after portrait of old men, a gold tag beneath each picture. Up a little set of stairs to the side of a stage, where huge curtains were currently closed. "Hurry, hurry! Look for your number!" Bella already knew her number. She jogged up to the drums, spun the stool around to adjust the height, and seated herself before quickly stepping down and scooting it forward. She was shorter than most of the kids. Back straight, knees together, and to the left, feet together, and to the right, drumsticks in hand. She did a little flippy flip, spinning the drumstick around her finger. "Bella!" Mrs. Wall hissed. She was standing at the conductor's spot. "Do not!" A couple of the other kids snickered. A few of the popular girls looked at her like she smelled. After everyone was seated and ready, Mrs. Wall looked to the side and nodded. That nod made someone open the curtains. The lights were momentarily blinding. Still blinding when the curtains were done opening. Spotlights shone on the stage and illuminated the 30 of them. She could barely see the people on the other side, men and women in nice dresses and dress shirts with jackets. "Yeah, It would take someone brave to do anything extra cool or hilarious in a place like this. Mrs. Wall gestured at the choir. High voices rose, Latin. A wave of the conductor's stick at her. She was waiting for it. Drumsticks down. Boom. The voices rose and fell, slow and drawn out. As much as Jeremy hated the choir, he was good at it. They were all good at it. Drumstick down. Boom. Violins in, slow and quiet at first. Drumstick down. Boom. Then violins with voices. She liked this part. The swell. Her own chest expanded as she drank it in. Then the pause, holding everything in suspense. Her own drumsticks rose, poised. Everything in its order. It was so reassuring when nothing else was. Everything in harmony. Mrs. Wall's hand came down, and the drumsticks came down too. Boom, ba-da-da-da-toom. And the orchestra exploded into noise, choir roaring. The drumsticks didn't stop moving. Mrs. Wall gave her another glare, and it took her a second to realize why. In all of the practicing, she had picked up the habit of doing the drumstick twirl in one of the furious bits. She looked at Jeremy in the corner of her eye and saw him grinning. The hair her mom had tried so hard to stick down into place bounced as she drummed, her whole upper body coming down with the force she delivered the booms and thooms. Her drum teacher hated that she'd referred to them as that, but she had taught herself, listening and reading the matching sheet music, and it was hard to unlearn. She wasn't a genius, just the opposite, she felt, but she really liked music. Her parents had encouraged it because they could put her in the garage they'd soundproofed and she would keep herself occupied all afternoon. The music lifted her up, and she felt like she wasn't as lonely as she usually was, a part of this. And it would last for 4 minutes, and then everything would go back to the lonely, regular everyday. Practices and lunch where nobody would talk to her or sit with her. Every day spent waiting for the day to be over so she could play in her garage, eyes closed, and pretend she was with the others. She swiped the length of the drumstick along her forehead because there was sweat there. If this was it, she would give it her all. This was the only thing in the world she was good at. A bit more. She soaked it in. Her classmates, her teacher, and a bunch of people in the dark with faces she couldn't make out. A bit more. More. Toom! The last strike of the drum. Her part over. The close was a mirror of the opening, but with violin and voice switched around, the violins going high and low, the voices ethereal. More, she thought. She wanted it enough that she felt like she could find that bravery, that courage. Drumsticks down, eyes closed, punching into that silence with the best she had, improvised, not free bird or anything like that. Hands gripped her drumsticks and hands, bringing a sudden stop to the moment. She looked up to see a man she didn't know holding her. Over there, Mrs. Wall was staring at her, aghast. The students looked horrified, stricken. "Come," he whispered. Without letting go of her so she could let go of the drumsticks, the man pulled her down from the stool and marched her away, leaving everyone on the stage. The applause came late, after she was in the hallway beyond backstage, dulled and muted. Late like they'd had to wait for her to leave, so it would be clear they weren't clapping for her. Her head was noise without any sense as she leaned against the wall. She said, "Best be quiet." He let go of her hand, but when she tried to step away, he put his hand on her shoulder, pushing her against the wall. "What's going to happen?" she asked. "I don't have an earthly idea. What even possessed you to do that?" What possessed her to do anything? Ideas filled her up from head to toe, and then she was doing the idea. She had no idea what possessed other people to not do things when they had ideas like that. "If I was your bandmate," he said, "I'd want to kill you." She felt a stab of fear. "If I was your teacher at an event this important, I'd want to beat your ass until the cracks stuck out and the cheeks pointed in." The fear transformed into something else. She had a hard time picturing what he described, but even trying to imagine that scene left her filled with a restless kind of uncomfortableness, one that wormed its way into the center of her heart and belly and made that stab of fear something less stabby and more constant. She was afraid to ask, but "What about my mom?" "I bet she's regretting paying for the drum set and lessons, child." She wasn't going to pay any more. The drum set? Would she send it back? This was the opposite of what she wanted. What would she even do? Choked with fear to the point it was hard to breathe, she fidgeted with her sticks. They would take away her drumsticks when they took the drums. She heaved in another breath before she'd even fully exhaled the other. Feeling a panicked edge, she looked around, searching for something. She had no idea what. It wasn't like there was a magic switch she could throw that would make everything better or undo what had just happened. "Hey, you okay?" She wasn't okay. If she didn't have drums, she'd have nothing and nobody. She'd have nothing she was great at anymore. She'd have day after day of waiting for the day to be over so she could drum all the stress away, but without the drumming the stress away. Just waiting and hating every moment. If they didn't kill her, or cave in her butt, or whatever. But the drums, most of all. "Kid, I wasn't being serious. Can you look at me?" She struggled, pulling away. If she ran... And in the process, she saw the students from her music school filing into the hallway. Mrs. Wall was there. "Oh my God, you loser! What were you thinking? Children, please, quiet." "She's not listening," the man said. "She has issues. Delays. If you'll just..." Mrs. Wall struggled to wade through the group of kids. "Let me through." "Idiot," Jeremy jeered. Even he didn't think it was hilarious. And behind the group, at the very end of the hallway, moving forward like a dark storm, was her mom. Bella looked away, squeezing her eyes shut. The thump in her chest became a thoom, like none other. And she could see out of that thoom like she could see out of her mind's eye. Thoom after thoom, big enough to detonate whole worlds. "Bella?" Mrs. Wall raised her voice. "Look at me." "No," Bella protested, pulling her wrist free of the man's hand. Movement and the sound from her lips, she felt vibrations and thrumming and potential, like drumsticks raised high. She hummed to herself for a second, moving her hand like she would when she stuck it out of the car window. "Bella!" "No!" she cried out with more force, swinging her hand down. She felt the impact as the power settled, saw it like a no-shaped shimmer that went down from her hand like she'd thrown a snowball straight into the floor, muted and blunt like the head of a hammer. It didn't feel like enough. Something bigger. Crack-a-thoom. Finale, now. She faced a crowd of people who wanted to kill her, a crowd of people who wanted to hurt her, who wanted to take away one of the only things she was good at. She had 3, and being a cape was another one, according to the others. Drumming was another, except she wasn't allowed when Caryatid had a migraine. Then there was dancing, which she had just started, and liked only because Withdrawal liked it, and it was something she could do without bothering Caryatid. Focus, she thought. A lot of this stuff scared her, but these were people without powers. People without powers who had gathered up to 70 or 80 in number, pushing past the barricades and the fence. Some were trying to get by to the portal or demand things get moving along, but some were meaner and uglier. They wanted to hurt her and her friends. Blip, boop, bosh, blip, bosh, she said each word with emphasis. Fingers flicked out, index and middle finger extended. She visualized throwing ice cream cones with each blip and a snowball with each bosh. Lining them up, keeping track of order, visualizing. It was very easy to visualize. Stand down, Fumehood called out. Fuck you! There had been 3 with weapons so far, 2 knives, 1 gun. It was scary because there were so many of them who had slipped past the man in uniform that it was hard to make them all stop. It was the kind of mess where she could deal with 2, and a third would get close enough she had to physically push him away. So far, none of the ones who had gotten close had been armed, but they had tried to grab her. Called for backup, the captain called out. They said no. No? Fumehood asked, incredulous. Things are tied up elsewhere. Riots. Refugees refusing to cooperate. Is it a power? Withdrawal asked. It's just people, man. Just fucking people. The only people still in the city are the ones with responsibilities. Stubborn folk, assholes and stubborn assholes. Lo and fucking behold, they're acting to type. Yeah, I'm talking to you, the captain barked, turning to one of the protesters with that last line. Bunk, 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 Finale said, hands indicating the target people and places with each statement. She drew in a deep breath. Ready. Hold off, Withdrawal called. Fumehood was using her gas, but the wind wasn't favorable. When it blew the gas toward the good guys, she put her hand out, created a new ball, and sucked in the gas. Because of that, it almost felt like the wind was pushing and pulling the crowd. Wind blew toward them, that yellow-green gas went away, and the people could charge forward. Wind stopped or blew the other way, and the orbs came out. I'm ready, she reminded Withdrawal. Hold off! Okay. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. My phone is ringing. Can I go answer? She kind of knew the answer already. No, she wasn't even sure where she would go if she did. Other people had slipped by. Mine too, Withdrawal called out. If they're calling us both at the same time, I think we're okay if just I answer. I can use my helmet. "'Kay." Finale drew out her voice and moved her hand at the same time. The K became a general wedge shape, like a triangular seesaw hanging in the air, ready to slam forward. Not too hard a slam. Finale saw someone trying to circle around, climbing up onto the concrete pad by the building, running along it. She ran back to intercept, get in the girl's way. "Let me by," the girl said. "I don't like you guys, but I don't want to hurt you or anything." "That's great," Finale said. "I can't let you by, but if you sit over there, we can try to get things moving again." "I've been in a car for half a day. I barely had dinner last night. I've barely slept, and I haven't had breakfast or lunch because we had to pack up our food. Just let us through. Let us have food and beds. Work through the kinks later." "I don't think those guys would like it very much if people came in willy-nilly," Finale told the girl. The girl reached behind her. Knife? Gun? Gun. "Finale!" Caryatid called out, warning her. She activated her power, let all of the potential become actual. The triangular bashy K wave of sound slammed into the gun-wielding girl, who probably wasn't much older than Finale. Hard enough to break ribs and maybe hurt her hand, it made her drop the gun. The triple bonks. She turned, making sure she timed them, delaying, accelerating, watching where each person was, judging how they'd move. Knocking two into each other, the third over the heap of the two fallen people. She worked her way backward, getting about 12 good shots in before everything desynchronized. People who had been knocked out already, who wouldn't move the way she needed them to. People blasted this way and that. "Sorry, had to," she called out. "Don't apologize if it's a gun on you," Caryatid said, before turning around and resuming her breaker form, her face peeling back, hands shimmering in their puffy yellow floofs. "Jeez." "Jeez," Finale said. She bent down and she picked up the gun. She tossed the thing of bullets away. "Pew," she said, before hurling the gun itself skyward. The impact wasn't as great. It was best if she gave her power time to breathe, but it was a hole in the center of the gun's outside. "That wasn't Antari's," Withdrawal said. "She says she has a bad feeling about the anti-parahuman stuff. Thinks it's going to get out of control or set up something bad." "You think?" Fumehood asked. "Fuck me. Fuck this." "She said she had a bad feeling in general, and I can't say I disagree. Feels like something bigger's going to happen. Gave us the example of the portal thing, but she doesn't think it's that." "Hear you," Fumehood said. Bad feeling in general. Yeah, Finale couldn't help but agree. Her entire life had been a long slew of accidents and fuck-ups that she hadn't been able to see coming. Her entire life, it felt like everyone else had the ability to put on the brakes or see the bad stuff coming and steer clear, while she stumbled into it. She was getting better. She had to be better doing stuff like this, but better for her was still pretty fucky-uppy. This, right now, felt bad. Bad like she finally realized what other people tended to feel in their guts before they decided not to do stuff. "I have a bad feeling too," Finale said. "I don't even know how to put it into words." "Okay," Fumehood said. "Okay, let's listen to that feeling. Fall back, let's regroup before anyone gets shot." "Falling back," Withdrawal called out, extra loud so others would hear. "Chait! Bar your doors, we'll handle this soon. Everyone else, back off, calm down." Not everyone could disengage as easily. Withdrawal shot his gun thing again, aiming for an area where people were especially intense, grabbing onto a cape and pulling on his costume, dragging him to the ground. The disruption of the blast let the guy in costume tear his way free. "Antari said we should watch out for," Withdrawal said. He stopped. Chait wasn't closing its doors. It was opening them wider, letting a group out. A woman in a suit and black wool coat, a bunch of capes, and their prisoner. Her in particular, Withdrawal finished. That bad feeling had just gotten a whole lot worse.
Interlude 17. Y. Sundown. Caryatid, then. Mope looked at her face, tongue stroking her eyes, licking the eyeball directly, dragging her eyelid closed so it would slowly open again. Mostly the eyes, she supposed, because she was crying. He searched the inside of her mouth, collecting her drool for himself, before wagging his tail for a moment and then whining. I can't play with you, Mope, Carrie thought to herself. Not today. My mind is a balloon attached to my body with a long, long string. She looked down at the room like she imagined God looked down on people, but she could really only see what her eyes saw, one open and the other partially closed. Smell, though. She could smell the smoke and people and more smoke and the booze, as if she was sampling the entire room. Or just what reached her nose, half stopped up with snot. It made more sense for her current balloon-brained self to be bobbing around, tasting it and smelling it all over the place. Mope nudged her body with a cold, wet nose. She could hear, too. Voices, talking, conversation overlapping. Most of them were distant, because only her mom and stepdad came up on the second floor. Sometimes Cooler and Bottom Bunk did, too. They were the guys that came over every weekend and some days after school. They were family enough that they could go upstairs. When they came over, she stayed in her bedroom and maybe they would peek in on her and say hi. She wondered, if God could see and hear and look down on everything like this, could she do that too? She floated like a balloon, and the string felt shorter than it had a moment ago. Could her hearing sharpen until she could hear every word? Or would she remain a balloon with a funny string, until one day she popped, or the string came undone and she never floated back down? The mortal, existential fear that seized her had a grip on her brain while leaving her body, taking its slow, shallow breaths. This kind of fear came and went, like black food coloring or ink dropped into water. It made scary shapes at first, dark and unfurling like a black octopus wrapped in a cloak, then expanded out, reaching for every part of her brain. Unlike the ink, it was a threat, and she could imagine it was cold enough to shut down her mind or make parts of it shiver like her body shivered uncontrollably sometimes. When it went, it wasn't really gone. It stayed with her forever and made her thoughts a little bit more black overall. The fear would keep drip-dropping in, shocking every time it appeared, tinting the water darker each time. Stark fear drip-dropping in at random until her floating, bobbing balloon mind couldn't get any darker and was that inky, shroud-wrapped octopus. What happened then? The door opening and the blinding light shining in her eyes was a welcome distraction from the old fear and a new blot of fear. Because everything was terrifying when all you had was a string tying you to your body. The music was louder, pounding. Someone sang along. 2 men, she observed. They were hard to make out because she was looking down on the room from an impossible height, like the room had a ceiling 100 feet high and her balloon mind had come to rest on it, looking down. Mope whined. Hey, Mope, Cooler said. Hey, Carrie girl, idlin' jammies. Idlin' jammies? When had she got those? Was she losing her mind? Was this how the balloon went away? Deflating? The important things leaking out? Her thoughts knotted and twisted up with sensations, the smell of Cooler's incessant cigarette smoking, and of booze, and body odor, and of sex. He sat up on the corner of the bed and called Mope up. Who's a good boy? Cooler asked, words blurring into each other. It wasn't that her hearing wasn't sharp. It was that he was drunk. Mope nudged at her body's butt, whined, and then hopped down from the bed, going downstairs. Without the dog to hold on to, Cooler sat there, swaying visibly even while sitting down. He fiddled with something he had resting on his knee. Let's leave, came the voice from the door. Cooler ignored the voice. Bottom Bunk leaned against the doorway, arms folded. He looked so unhappy. The smell of him was worse. He smelled like her mouth tasted when she threw up a bit, but the barf never left her mouth. Sour and bitter. Him smelling like that made her hate him because it was awful, and because every time he got near, she had the exact same struggle to put her finger on what the smell was like. She had the exact same conclusion, barf in the mouth. Then she had the exact same thought after. What if she threw up in her mouth? Right now? What if thinking that very thought made it happen? Drops of black ink unfurling into horrifying shapes without meaning. Black ugliness with nowhere to go because it couldn't travel down that string to her body. Then, always, she had the same general realization, like becoming aware of her tongue in her mouth. That her tongue lay in drool that was accumulating in her mouth, and that wasn't so different from puking, and the puke filling her mouth, and her being unable to breathe. That thought was like someone taking the cap off the bottle and dumping the blackness in.
Even with the string being as thin and long as it was, she thought her heart might stop from the pressure of it. "See this, Carrie?" Cooler asked, leaning forward. He waved something in front of her eyes. It moved too fast to be seen, and it was dark except for the edges that caught the light from the doorway. "Want a tattoo?" She did not, but the distraction of this new situation was a relief from the heart-stopping blackness that flooded her head. "Been giving them to people downstairs," Cooler said, his voice airy. "Leave her alone, Cool," Bottom Bunk said. "You're not supposed to give tattoos to kids, but it could be our secret, yeah?" Cooler said. "Yours, mine, and Bunk." "This don't feel right at all, man," Bottom Bunk said. Cooler sprung to his feet with a force that he couldn't keep up with, and had to put an arm out to stop himself, and pushed a poster Carrie had put up of Course Cross, and the bottom corner tore where it had been tacked to the wall. "You tore my poster." "Bunk, bitch, this is why no one likes you," Cooler said, putting his face near Bunk's. "My poster, the first band that I ever actually liked. I don't like people, and I don't like bands with people. Cross Course is entirely digital. Digital voices and digital faces. Absolutely nothing scary about them. It don't feel right." "Who are you to talk about right, Bunk?" Cooler said, getting more heated. "You stole money from little old ladies and shit." Bottom Bunk looked over at Carrie like he cared what she thought. She already knew, though. More importantly, her poster. "We saved your fucking life, Bunk. This is the kind of loyalty you show?" "No, Bunk said, twisting his face around so he didn't have to look at Cooler, who had his face an inch from Bunk's. "No, it's not about loyalty, Cool. Nobody likes an asshole who steals from grannies, Bunk. Everyone has a granny. Everyone loves their fucking granny. But we protected you because you were Gas's cellmate." "I know, man. Got you a job most ex-cons would love to have. You don't make 6 figures normally." "I know. Shit." "Know your damn place, man," Cooler said. "I'm having a little fun, giving the girl thing so she doesn't have her weekend totally wasted." "Weekend?" Oh, she'd lost track of time. She'd missed the Sunday morning movie on Channel 40. Cooler pushed Bunk into the doorframe, leaning in heavily. "If I gave a single fucking word, you're not with us anymore. Not work, no parties, nothing. Don't fucking bitch at me about what's right and when I'm doing nothing wrong. Sour-ass smelling bitch." Bunk remained frozen, his face all clenched up, his eyes looking everywhere but at Cooler. Cooler backed off, leaning away, swaying, and putting his hand on her poster again to steady himself, crinkling it. He sat on the bed, and her perception of the motion was like her body was on a boat and a wave had rocked it. She didn't really feel much. It was why the drool, ink-black fear washed over her mind, didn't register most of the time. "What do you think, Carrie?" Cooler asked. "Ladybug? Little girls like ladybugs, right? That'd be cute. One on the ankle? Or a unicorn? I could put something on your hand so you can look down and see it all the time. Carrie floated, disconnected and anxious. And an idolin to match the idolin jammies? Cooler leaned over, almost falling on top of her. He fiddled with the device. It whirred, and it made a sound like a dentist drill. You take after your mom. She's so pretty, Cooler slurred. Beauty mark right here, doesn't she? It took him 3 tries to touch the right spot on her body's cheek. She barely felt it, tracking it more by the way the shadows fell and what she could see at the edge of her vision. Give you a ladybug there? He drove his finger into that spot in her cheek with enough force that it should have hurt. It didn't. Mostly she just felt confused. She had never really thought about getting a tattoo. Was it like a temporary tattoo, but stitched on like a sewing machine did? She felt like she could remember or connect the dots if she wasn't so balloon-headed. But it was needles, and she hated needles. And it was dentist-like, and she hated dentists. But it wasn't really her. She didn't feel attached to her own body. It was a thing. The string felt shorter, though. She felt closer to her body, like the ceiling was only 20 feet above everything. Cooler, Bottom Bunk said. She hated Bottom Bunk. He smelled, and the smells always led down the same roads to the fear of throwing up and not being able to breathe after. Bitch! Cooler's response was belligerent. Didn't I say to shut the fuck up? You've been using that a lot tonight. Shouldn't you change the... He struggled to find the word. The battery. Refill the ink? Bitch, Cooler said, like he was going to say it in response no matter what Bottom Bunk said. Then he lurched to his feet. He was gone a minute later. He didn't mush up her poster this time. Bottom Bunk remained at the door, smelling up her room. She hated him for that. I'll fend him off, keep him distracted, Bottom Bunk mumbled. You just, sleep. Whatever. He loomed in her doorway, smelling. Sorry, he mumbled, before closing her door. She floated, lost in thought, fixated on the damage to her poster. She thought of cross chorus, and that did a lot to help distract her and fill the time. She played the music in her head, best as she could with the regular thumping coming from downstairs. Mostly she played her favorite verses over and over again, and the string that connected her to her body was short enough now that she could kind of rock with it. The bed jerked. There was a moan, and it alarmed her. Like lying in bed late at night and feeling convinced there was a monster in the corner behind her, and it had been there all night. She was close enough to her body to feel that alarm. She felt her heart, dull and numb, and curled her fingers. The moan got worse, and then became a cry. A wail, loud. More alarm, more concern, dread. Dread like it was 5 o'clock after school. Between 3 and 4, she looked after her brother, and then at 5, her mom and stepdad came back, and she dreaded that. Because her stepdad didn't like kids. Those moments were what she held on to. That freedom. Those hours where she didn't have school and she didn't have parents. Being a latchkey kid, as one of the books she had read once said. She remembered reading books. It had been a while. She had sat at school reading the little magazine that had new books in it that kids could order, and she realized she didn't have the time to read anymore. It had bothered her a lot. Now what bothered her was the moaning, which gradually got more articulate. Mom! The dread got worse and worse, and she tried desperately to find that control or series of whatever's inside of her that would let her stop that sound, because it made Mom come. The door opened. Mom stood in the doorway, frazzled and upset. I told you to be quiet today, her mother said. I ask you for one thing. Her mother entered the room, Moat following behind and hopping up. Carrie could hear licking. Oh, fuck, Carrie's mom said. can't make this easy for me, huh? Carrie was awash in confusion. The bed jerked a few more times, moving. Mom, it hurts. Hush, hush. Let's get these off of you. It wasn't Carrie. Ari was lying next to her brother. She'd forgotten, or she'd wanted to forget, or she hadn't been thinking about it, hadn't been able to. She was lost, bobbing, disconnected, and now feeling very worried for Ari. What hurt? Why? Her mother walked around the bed, holding a rumpled set of Idolin jammies, Ari's. He'd wet himself, and the white fabric was soaked from the crotch to knee, dark with the fluids. But as Carrie's mom went to the bathroom, Carrie could see the stain, yellow only around the edges. Most of it was pink or red. Blood. He'd peed blood? Ari was hurt. He was wailing, moaning, and her mom was moving so slowly and casually. That black ink fear washed into and through her until there was nothing else. In the midst of it all, frantic, she fumbled to move, struggling to get up. Her mother returned, pushing her down before going to Ari, a fresh set of jammies and a towel in her arms. After so long of being so still, staring at the same section of her room, Carrie's attempts to move and see what was happening were incoherent, slow. Images in familiar parts of her room that should have been instantly recognizable took seconds. "Stay put, Carrie," her mother barked. "Please." She tried to speak and found her mouth moved too slowly, like it was full of gum. She swallowed the excess saliva and snorted back snot, and her throat hurt. "Fresh bottoms on, towel under you, and here you go." Her mother jabbed Ari with a needle, depressing the plunger. Carrie protested without words, reaching over. "Stop moving or it'll break off inside of him. You'll hurt him, Carrie. Stop moving." Carrie froze, though the hand she had extended wavered in the air. Her mother's voice was airy, lazy. "If there's still blood in the morning, we'll take him to the doctor. Figure out what the fuck to say." Fuck. Carrie tried to say Mom, to get through to her mother. There was another syringe. Her mother walked around the bed to Carrie's side, sitting where Cooler had sat. "I don't know what I'm doing, Carrie," her mother said. She reached for Carrie's leg, hiking down her pajamas to expose the side of her thigh. Carrie tried her best to fend off her mother's hands and the needle, but her own hands barely cooperated. "Your stepdad doesn't like kids, so we're just going to keep you out of the way for a bit." A bit. Carrie felt more dread. She fought, pushing, raising her voice. She knew she was supposed to lie still. If she was still, she was safe, because she could have a few hours and maybe sneak off to the bathroom very quietly, kind of like how she had a couple latchkey kid hours after school. "Stay still, Carrie, or you're going to bump into it while I'm giving you your medicine and it'll break off." The idea of a needle breaking off scared her more than anything, and she was all full of fear already. Scared her more than the fact that her stepdad's friends had come over for brunch on Saturday, interrupting morning cartoons, and Carrie and her brother had been kept out of the way like this ever since. It was dark outside and it was Sunday. Pills and needles and whatever else. There had been 2 other school days where she had gone to school, come home, had 2 hours with Ari, and then this, being kept out of the way, waking up the next morning to go to school. And Ari was bleeding and she couldn't do anything to help. But the idea of a needle breaking off scared her more than anything, somehow, even more than being stuck with a needle in the first place. The syringe came down and the feeling came after, slow at first, then a rush sweeping in like a breeze. And her body was gone, along with the fear and concern for her brother. The world was abstract and airy, and her thoughts were like the contents of a balloon, swirling around with nothing to contain them, tied to her body with a string so long she couldn't see her body or the room anymore. "Stay put. Be still," a voice said, and she couldn't even hope to place or figure out who or where it came from, or why it said what it did. It didn't last nearly long enough, or it lasted a while, but the crash back to her body was harder than ever before. Pain. A stabbing, sharp pain in her midsection, like someone had stabbed her and kept stabbing her. A spike through her middle that was constantly being twisted. She remembered Ari and her fear for Ari, and she felt her fear that this pain would continue for even a minute longer, and she was afraid to move because if she did, then her mother would come in and give her something else, with only a change of clothes and a towel to put between her legs and any blood. The spike twisted again. In the midst of fluid that was ink-black in color, a droplet landed, unfurling like a great knotted octopus wrapped in cloth and smoke, red and black now. Already disconnected once, she disconnected again. Again, she pulled away. Pulled back into a void of stars, cold, the only heat sources impossibly distant. The only non-numb things she could touch were hostile. Chunks of rock and ice, traveling at bullet speeds to crash into her. She drifted, lost in abstract sensation, and this was, at the very least, familiar. She didn't fight to come back from it. She felt like she was committing a betrayal by lingering, because back was a return to a hostile world of blood and paralysis, and being so very, very afraid.
Caryatid. Now. "That woman is Contessa," Withdrawal reported. "The boogeyman of Capes. The man in cuffs behind her is Teacher." "The same teacher that attacked us?" Caryatid asked. "Yeah, they finally got him," Withdrawal said. "But Antares is worried. She says she doesn't trust Contessa, and she knows more than she's letting on about the disaster the brainy-type Capes are all worried about. Either that, or she's going to make a big mistake." "She's strong?" Caryatid asked. "Apparently she's one of the very strongest. She can see the future and use that to do anything perfectly," Withdrawal said, reading off whatever he was seeing in his goggles. He seemed to take that in. "Wow." Finale spoke up, sounding unsure. "If this is a mistake, does that mean she's not being perfect? Or does it mean she's going to make a mistake perfectly?" Caryatid reached out, putting a hand on the back of Finale's head. It elicited a head turn and a smile from her friend. Finale wasn't dumb. Not mentally disabled or autistic, not mentally ill. Just developmentally delayed and stunted. She would probably never grow up all the way, would always have issues with outgoing filters like when not to say inappropriate stuff, incoming filters like judging whether people were being honest, and impulse control. Her own hang-ups and perceptions of her real and imagined limitations were as bad as anything. But she could sometimes say or ask really smart things, and have no idea she was doing it. That, or she's doing something that looks like it's going to be a disastrous mistake on purpose, Withdrawal said. Either way, Victoria thinks she might be missing the anti-parahumans as a problem. Here, possibly. Something's in her quote-unquote blind spot that she isn't seeing. "I'm not really sure I get it," Finale said. "But you can explain later. For now, just tell me what to do." "I can't speak for Fume Hood and Withdrawal," Caryatid said. "But I don't know what to do."
Contessa made her way down the stairs, hands in her pockets. A crew of Capes followed her, with a hulking woman carrying Teacher over one shoulder. The man was wrapped in what looked like a tube of plastic. "Ma'am," one of the Chite staff called out. An important-looking official stood by a staff officer, speaking in something that almost sounded English. Contessa didn't slow down. Her soldiers followed suit. "Do we stop her?" Caryatid asked. "Can we stop her?" Fumehood asked. She created an orb. "That's a good few capes. There's bystanders." Of course Fumehood was mindful of bystanders. "We go," Withdrawal said. "This whole thing is too dangerous, and Teres thinks it blows up." Caryatid remained where she was, paralyzed, caught between stepping in to help and leaving with her friends. "Cease! That man is intended to be in our custody," the Chite staff member called out. Contessa didn't slow. "We will open fire!" Withdrawal was guiding Finale back. Caryatid reached for Fumehood, touched her mentor's coat sleeve, and dug fingernails in. "I can't," she whispered. "You can't retreat or you can't step in." "Either. Both. Earlier, before all this happened, we talked about our trigger events. Withdrawal, then Finale. I told you about mine," Caryatid whispered. "You did." "I can't deal with this." "Focus on tomorrow," Fumehood said. "Tomorrow, what do you want to have done?" There were too many people around, innocent bystanders. Caryatid summed up her courage, then strode forward a few steps. "Caryatid!" Withdrawal called out. "You can't!" Jogging more steps, then running, before putting herself in the woman's way, arms out to either side. A car to her right helped bar the way. She reached within herself and let her power settle. Stillness. Turning a page, finding something other than humanity, mortality, and physical sensation on the other side. Her body was made of turning pages. Taking a step, without stepping forward, backward, left, or right. Like there was a slight rise and fall, and she was something else on the other side. Her consciousness unfolded, as though she were looking down on it all from above. She wasn't, but that was kind of how it felt. She viewed it all as a series of positions, colors, and textures with a focus that was predominantly on what was close to her, everything blurring out into paint-like splashes that got further and further out. Off to the side, catching up and getting to a good vantage point, Finale pointed her hands at Contessa, fingers meshed together, thumbs pressed together and sticking out, index fingers sticking forward, ready to shoot. "Don't leave. Don't set off this situation and turn it into a disaster." Caryatid couldn't open her mouth to talk while still in her statue form. "Ari," Contessa said, not breaking stride. Still barring the way, as the woman got closer by the second, Caryatid took a second to process. Ari? Her brother? Why his name? What did this woman mean? Was it a threat? Or... She dropped the breaker form. "What do you..." The woman in the suit seized her by the arm and shoulder, pushing her to the left. She stumbled. Bang! Caryatid felt the impact at her back, the effect landing. She twisted her head around. "Don't!" "I know. My aim is usually so good. I'm sorry. I can't..." The pole reversed direction, an armbar keeping Caryatid from resisting as she was pushed to the right. She tried to take a quick extra step to get her balance again, and found a leg in her way. She toppled. Her head glanced against a nearby car's wheel well. She sprawled onto the slushy pavement, momentarily stunned, unable to gather her thoughts or physical wherewithal. "Carrie!" Finale called out. Others were calling out, but heroes and patrol were stuck with a burgeoning, still hostile crowd of anti-parahumans and other angry refugees. There was gunshots elsewhere, from the direction of the station. Chite, now. The boom that answered could only be a power, not Finale's. There were shouts, screamed, agonized voices. Caryatid looked up, and her vision was obscured, a rivulet of blood running down her face. More shouting, more screams, muffled like noises from another room. She saw Contessa walk by the driver's side door, jamming a knife into the lock, jerking it, still without slowing or quickening her step. Withdrawal skidded a bit as he landed next to her, crutching over her with his extended limbs as if to shield her from danger. He was always so intimidating when he jumped up close to her like that. Springy movements, metal squeaking if it wasn't tuned up perfectly, which it almost never was, and he came across so tall like this. He bent closer, touching her head wound. At the back of the car, barely taking a second to do it, Contessa popped the boot. The 7-foot-tall muscular woman dumped Teacher and his plastic sheet inside. "I'll drive," Contessa said. "Contessa!" Fume Hood called out. "We need you to slow down!" Slowing down would get people hurt. Chite's leadership agreed to let me take Teacher. The ones complaining are a subversive faction that's dependent on him, Contessa said, as she walked over to another car. She used that small knife to pop the lock there, too, jamming it between the door and the frame this time. She bent inside. "That's my car!" a man screamed. One of the people being arrested. "You're going to incite a war!" Fume Hood shouted. The car started as fast as if the woman had the real keys. "The war's happening regardless," Contessa said as she straightened. She made a gesture toward the team of parahumans that had come with her. "It will be mostly internal within Chite. It will be healthy in the long run, with few casualties and better relations between worlds after the fact. They will shoot at people here. I can't see with perfect clarity, but I have good reason to think there won't be more than 2 permanent injuries or deaths. This is for the best." "For the best? Fuck no. I can't buy that," Fume Hood snarled. She always swore more when she was stressed. "You don't have to buy it," Contessa said, as she returned to the first car. She loomed over Caryatid and stood within Withdrawal's reach. The door was already open, thanks to the initial knife stab. "You only have to accept it, wait, see, and then know it to be true." "Yeah, no, I have problems with trust and serious common sense issues," Fume Hood said. "Stay put. Let's handle this." She chucked the orb of gas. The woman in the suit bent low, her posture like someone bowling a strike, but her arm moved the opposite way. The orb was redirected, flying straight up. She straightened, raising her hand over her head. That hand dropped with the orb as it fell. When she stopped moving, she had it between 3 fingers. Fume Hood had once said that her orbs were as fragile as Christmas ornaments or light bulbs unless she wanted them intact, which was usually when she was handling them. She could use her power to fling them at speeds like a pitcher through a baseball. Each contained enough compressed gas that they could fill a large room. Contessa had caught a Christmas ornament thrown at baseball pitcher speeds. Redirected and then caught. So that was doing things perfectly. Fume Hood created 6 more orbs, which formed a circle around her upper body. Her cape and hood billowed. Contessa flicked the orb she held onto Withdrawal and Caryatid. "Be still." Caryatid went breaker. Withdrawal couldn't, though. And he had a new mask. Was it? It wasn't. He coughed violently, one of his feet losing traction on the road. Fume Hood had hesitated, giving Contessa time to get into the car. She hurled her orbs at the windshield, then hurried to Withdrawal's side, sucking up gas to form a new orb. "Open your mouth. Let me suck up what you've got in your lungs." "It is open," Withdrawal said, voice hoarse. "Fuck. This sucks." The car peeled out, swerving around some of the people in the battlefield, heading straight for the barricade. The other car, loaded up with members of Contessa's group, also left. Her leaving was supposed to be a good thing, right? They had planned to run, but Caryatid had changed her mind and threw herself and her team into this mess. Except, no. The people were riled up. That one guy screaming about his car being stolen. The people at the barricade. People who had gotten out of their cars to watch or check what was going on after hearing the gunshot. And Chite. The men from Chite were upset. Straightening, Caryatid could see the people who were lying on the ground or being dragged. People who, like her, had gotten in Contessa's way. But there were many others. Putting her team between angry anti-parahumans and angry people from Chite, she touched her head wound, feeling blood and a piercing pain. What could she do? Where could she go? If she moved, she might get hurt. If she did anything, she might make things worse. She stood, using her breaker form to protect herself, shielding her team. Blood and paralysis and being so very, very afraid. Caryatid, a critical moment. Carrie gripped her cell phone with 2 hands. The hold music was maddening. She tensed as the person on the other end picked up. Mrs. I'm here. Yes, good. The man on the other end sounded like he was still getting organized, shuffling papers. Paper shuffling was good, right? It had to be good. I had a conversation with I must say they are a lovely husband and wife. Educated, well-to-do, well-meaning. The man on the phone had to be old. Carrie shifted her weight from foot to foot, impatient. They are, and I can testify. I've looked up the records to verify. They've arranged doctors, therapists, everything you could hope for. They've expressed an intent to adopt him. These things can change, especially when volatile personalities are involved, but for the time being, your mother seems to be cooperating. Adopted. She rocked back a bit. Can I see my brother? She jumped in. Ari? Well, you see, this isn't the easiest thing to discuss. I assure you, I want to make it abundantly clear your brother is in good hands, but I must regrettably inform you that he is nonetheless in the hospital, you see. What? Perfectly routine, nothing to do with their treatment of them. I see here in the file you have previously expressed deep concerns about possible caregivers and your perception of foster care. What happened? Please, miss, volume down. I assure you, nothing to worry about. I won't say it's routine, but you... Let me see here. He audibly turned pages. There were tears in her eyes. She looked for a place to sit and settled on the roof's edge. The neighborhood was shitty, with old detritus and trash in the streets. 1 in every 10 windows was broken, and a car on the road hadn't been moved in what was probably years. But it was their turf, a place for her team to hang out. You're aware of his health issues? Yes. It's more of the same, miss. Carrie, was it? Nothing more, nothing less. Yes, Carrie. Can I see him? Which hospital? I can take the bus. Carrie, dear, you can be confident that the doctors and nurses are taking exceptional care of the boy. There's no need to visit. He's carrying on with his life just fine, and he'll be fine, certainly. I do need to visit. I want to visit. I haven't seen him in a year. My dear girl, there's no easy way to say this. I hope to avoid it. He doesn't want to see you. She went very still. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't blink to clear them. The moisture crept over the surface until there were only blurriness. Her voice was a croak. After the hospital? From what the foster parents expressed to me, well, let me see my handwritten notes. He paged through. Tell me, she said. I'm free whenever, day or night. I don't care where they live, I'll find a way. I'll walk. More audible flapping of the pages. He's the only family I want to keep. Another page turn. A thud, like something was dropped on a desk. This isn't easy. I'm so sorry, my dear. His foster parents report that he wishes to make a fresh start and avoid all reminders of his prior life. He finds it quite traumatic. So do I. But Ari was a good part of it. Could they be lying? Is there a chance that they're just lying so they don't have to worry about me? Because I'm a good person. I'm no trouble. I thought perhaps there was, but, this isn't easy. Tell me, she said. He made it very clear. If you contact him, he will tell the world your secret. Does that mean anything to you? No, she lied. My powers? He had been so mad that she had gotten powers and he had got nothing. That he had been rendered incontinent by the drugs their mother had used to pacify them. That he had lost a kidney and had a partial uterectomy. Doctors had worried she would have similar problems, but she had mended. Her brother had been smaller. The drugs had hit him harder. Rest assured, he's getting the best care. He's in a loving home. Sometimes you just have to give these things time. Caryatid stood on the rooftop, staring up at the sky, because turning her face in any other direction would let the tears spill free. She let the phone drop to the flat roof, then dropped down to a crouch, wrapping her arms around her knees. It hurt. It hurt so much. She buried her face in the fabric of her dress. Then she used her power. To not be human, to be numb, to be a statue that didn't feel things in the same way. So long as she was a breaker, she was an unfeeling thing. The door to the rooftop creaked. She heard it, but she didn't look up. Looking up meant moving, and moving meant feeling. There's nobody on the other end. I'm going to hang up, okay? I've got your phone in my pocket, Bella said. Carrie didn't move. She was aware of Bella sitting next to her, leaning into her. Bella hugged her immobile, unfeeling self. I guess you called your brother like you said you would? Bella asked. It didn't go well? He doesn't ever want to see me again. That's awful, Bella said. I'm so sorry. You deserve... There was a hitch of emotion, the hiccup of tears. You deserve better. You're one of the nicest, best people I know. Top 2. Bella cried in her place, while she remained stock still. Bella worried, Carrie realized. Bella would be concerned. Couldn't let Bella be concerned. Couldn't let Bella shoulder the tears all by herself, not when they came from a place of such unfiltered caring. She let herself be human again. It took some reconfiguring, from sitting side by side to being able to properly hug, but she adjusted, wrapping her arms around her friend and letting her friend do the same for her. She sobbed into Bella's shoulder, while her friend rubbed her back. At the very least, she had a new family, going forward.
Fume hood. Now. She hesitated before every throw. A lot of the people fighting were civilians, and there was a chance that any person she hit with her gas could be asthmatic, too young, pregnant. It had been easier being an asshole. When she'd been an asshole, it had been okay to gas a teammate, or it had been something they would roll with. These guys, especially the malfunctions, she would actually feel bad if she gassed them, even with a light dose, like tear gas. She heard withdrawal cough. She felt bad. Contessa had used her gas to hurt this team. Each throw was calculated, placed far away from anyone who looked like they might be vulnerable, blocking off vision and blocking off access to areas. The wind periodically picked up, necessitating that she take time to gather up the gas before it could wash over her side in the battle. Not that there were really sides at this point. Not in the sense where there was stuff over there and stuff over here. The anti-parahumans had broken through and were mixed in with everything. They grabbed improvised weapons, or drew hidden ones. The refugees who were angriest were shouting, gathering together, telling the anti-parahumans to stop, or telling people to calm down. One very loud woman was shrieking about her husband's vascular problem and how he couldn't sit in the car for too long without issues. At the same time, there were guns. Cheat's people and a few stuttered capes were in the mix, too. Their security had armor on, had weapons, and were more organized. The gas was helpful there. They liked to stay together, so blocking off one part of the group blocked off the rest. They were outnumbered, and reinforcements were a few minutes out, sandwiched between two factions, and neither faction was especially friendly. She did what she could to protect the malfunctions. She had been a free agent at the same time Victoria had been looking for someone more experienced to pair with them. That had been weeks ago. They'd kind of ended up in each other's company since then. Fumehood jogged through her gas to flank a man in cheat armor who had just shoved Finale to the ground and stood over the girl with a baton raised. She cold-cocked him. She shook her hand, wincing at the pain, and put her other hand down for Finale to grab, helping the girl to her feet. Helped that they couldn't see through her gas, and she could. That she could breathe it in, and they couldn't. As awful as it was, as awful and ugly and stupid, it felt cleaner than what she was used to. She'd once felt the opposite, after every stupid stunt, party with powers involved, and what she would have once called escapades. Back when she had been awful, ugly, and stupid. There wasn't really a balancing of the scales in this universe, but it felt good to be pushing back against that kind of thing. She'd once ended every night out in costume feeling dread and a desperate need to go, to do stuff, to distract herself from what was initially a dread that the cops or heroes would kick her door in. Then, after she'd gotten used to it, a kind of uneasy feeling about what would happen if she stopped and thought long enough to dwell on events and where she was at. Toking, fucking, sucking, smoking, drinking, and everything under the sun kept her mind off things. Now she faced reality without the armor of distractions, and reality was harsh, stark, with edges drawn in too precisely. It wasn't easy going, but at the very least, she could feel like she was making incremental progress toward being someone she could like. Bam, bam, bam! Fumehood judged where Finale was shooting, picked out one of her orbs, with a more yellow than a yellow-green or green tint, and used her orb-only telekinesis to curveball it forward. It detonated into a cloud. The bam, bam, bam became a rattle of detonations that knocked the offending group of anti-parahumans back into the expanding gas cloud. It would be very similar to tear gas in practice. These kids. Caryatid tackled a guy who was bearing a fire axe, knocking him to the ground. She went breaker while atop him. Fumehood threw another orb, a deeper green, nauseating, longer acting, but subtler. Caryatid in her form wasn't affected. The guy with the axe, though, the fight quickly went out of him. Fumehood waited until he was all out of steam, then sucked up the gas, choosing to guide it through the air so the cone of gas that was being gathered blocked the path of a group of really angry-looking teenagers. She wanted to help them. Malfunctions, and the people in general. Withdrawal fired his pill popper at a car that had just lit up, headlights bright. The red juice, it looked like it had softened things that weren't flesh. The red mist primarily expanded beneath the car. The vehicle sagged, wheels fighting for traction on otherwise normal road, distorting in shape. When the car did move, it fishtailed, then stopped again. Had it continued, it might have run some people over. He leaped on top of the hood. The hood distorted too, as did, apparently, the engine block. Smoke billowed out from around the cracks in the hood. The wheels and undercarriage had given up their last gasp too, apparently. The wheels stopped spinning. "Window!" she called out. Withdrawal glanced back at her, then hit the windshield with the end of the pill popper, punching a hole in it and breaking it elsewhere. She created more orbs, having them circle around her. A yellow-green orb. She touched it, and it stopped orbiting her. She gestured, and it flew forward at 90 miles an hour. She guided its course with some mental focus. The orb flew into the hole in the windshield and hit the car interior at the same time Withdrawal leaped away. Helping them felt good. She was their mentor, in some senses, telling them how villains operated, what the rules of the cape scene were, how to do some stuff in a fight like throwing punches or thinking about a crisis. But they were really the ones who rubbed off on her. She felt so terribly guilty, being around them. Rotten apple. She turned. One of the anti-parahumans, a big-bellied man with a gas mask on. "You killed a woman's baby," he growled, voice muffled by the mask. "I've done a lot of things." Fumehood, then. "You're all bitches! Cunts and bitches! The group of girls alternately laughed and gave her the finger as they walked away. Huffing for breath, furious, Lauren swiped a food tray off of one of the outdoor tables, letting the food and drink crash to the ground. "Hey!" the burger stand employee called out. "Hey, you clean that up!" She gave him the finger, and she walked away. Her friends had turned on her, torn her down, hated on her clothes, made fun of her house and family. For no reason. Fuck them. It wasn't like she had a choice. Fuck all of this. Fuck the burger place. Fuck her family, who wouldn't even understand if she explained it. Fuck her mom, because she'd freaked out over finding one joint in Lauren's room and cut off her allowance, curb-stomping her social life in the process. She jogged away so the burger guy wouldn't be able to catch up to her, then walked with her hands in her pockets, pulling the front of her jacket closed, because the zipper always got stuck, and if it got stuck now, when she was in this fucking mood, she'd freak. Fuck! Her brown hair was tied back into a tight ponytail, because she didn't have the stuff to give it volume. Her jeans were one size too big, and her sneakers had holes in them she could stick her finger through. Fuck her mom. Fuck this. I'd give shit to someone who looks like me, she thought. Can't even get as mad at those bitches as I want to. What even was the point? Living in this fucking flaming cum dumpster of a town. She walked by the detritus and piled up clothing that looked like a homeless person's camp, and she hated that she lived here. Hated that this was the way the streets fucking looked. She horked a loogie and spat, placing the spit close to the pile of shit. The clothes moved. Startling, she backed off, moving away at double time to avoid any incident. There was a man at another collection of homeless stuff, half a block down, wearing army camo and a colorful shirt with mouse protector on it. He had a thick beard and stood with his mouth open, making it apparent he was missing a couple of teeth. "That ain't right," he drawled, as she walked down to the other side of the road. "Spitting on someone?" "Spit near, not on." "Ain't right." "Ain't right to lecture someone about something you didn't see right." "I think you should go back. Apologize. She's up." Lauren looked back. There was a girl, maybe 2 years older than her, who was sitting up, looking. "Leave me alone, man. I'm having a shitty night." That makes it more important to make things right. Most people who do shitty things are having shitty times of it. "Yeah, right. Got it," Lauren said, shrugging. She started to walk past him, heading down the street. "You sure have it all figured out." "You think you're better than me?" he asked, behind her. "Kinda do. No offense. From where I stand, you're a little shit smear on society who spits on those she thinks are lower than her." From where he stood. He was closer, approaching her, and as he got closer, she could see that he was actually kind of buff. His sleeves were tight around biceps and forearms. Had he actually been in the army, wearing that camo? "I spat near her, didn't even see her, okay? So back off." She could smell him. Unwashed. Gross. Further down the street, someone hopped to his feet as he saw them. A homeless girl, roughly her own age. The girl got in Lauren's way. She hesitated, then turned. A passing car kept her from crossing the street. "Problem, Paul?" Wanted her to apologize to Yasmin. Yasmin having a tough time of it. She'd appreciate a human moment. "Look, just let me go. You can't legally do this shit," Lauren protested. "Paul looks after those of us who aren't really good at defending ourselves," Yasmin said, indicating what might have been a prosthetic leg. "Think of him like a bouncer. The street's his club." "Street's for everyone. Basic human right or something." "Your rights extend to the point they start trampling on someone else's," Paul said. "Yeah, well, I'm not trampling on anything," Lauren protested. Lauren bolted, pushing her way past the girl with the prosthetic leg. She felt the girl grab her clothes, fall, and take her down with her. She landed in the midst of the girl's collected trash and general garbage. A resealable lunch container, and what looked like a mess of pens, tied plastic bags of personal items or actual food-smelling trash. Papers, a dirty blanket, dirty clothes. She shrieked, fighting her way free, backing off. Geez, you didn't have to go that far, Paul said. I thought maybe she stole something? You weren't clear about what she's apologizing for. Lauren, eyes wide, scrambled back, past the girl with the prosthetic leg who now sat on the blanket. Paul took a step forward, and she wheeled around, ready to run. The wheeling made her aware of the sensation at her arm. She heard Paul exclaim as he noticed the same thing. They hadn't been pens. Syringes, lined up and packed together in a case. Some had stuck into her arm near the elbow and bounced as she moved. She rushed to pull them loose, scattering them to the ground. Then, struck by the thought she might need to know what was in those syringes, she dropped to her knees, grabbing at one. Paul stepped closer, and she backed away on hands and knees, the syringe feeling fragile in her hand as she put weight on it. Panicked, she turned to go, only to see the commotion had stirred up some of the other locals. Someone had stepped out of a nearby doorway. Someone across the street shouted. Loathing and revulsion in all directions, inward included, choked her. The scene around her distorted, and for a panicked moment, she thought it was drugs. But what she saw was too big for drugs. Fumehood. Now. Surrounded on all sides by hatred, revilement, disgust, aimed at her. Try all her life, never make headway. If anything, trying only got her stuck deeper in the mud. It was only in retrospect that she realized what she did wrong. Being a stupid 16-year-old shit, refusing to back down or apologize out of some twisted pride, and crashing into some diabetic's used syringe stash. Slumming it with the guys who celebrated doing nothing, aside from the occasional so-big-it-has-to-fail attempt at something outlandish, be it some get-rich-quick business, starting a gang, sicking a giant vegetable on Boston, or attempting a prison breakout to get on the good side of some key villains in the scene. Failure, partial success, wish it had been a failure. Then, after all that slumming and fucking around, smoking up and fucking, she'd found herself wondering why she never made headway in life, which fed more self-loathing, more of the activities that served to distract herself. Throwing herself headlong into the scene with people she knew she shouldn't hang out with, and hitting some stupid pregnant woman who she still wasn't sure wasn't trying to get hurt, costing that woman her baby. Going willingly to jail, thinking that would fix anything. This, thinking she could make a difference. And even more specifically, this very scene, doing patrols to make sure traffic was moving and raiders weren't closing in, and then accepting a gig dealing with anti-parahumans, when she had a history with the type. She could have said no, couldn't she? People didn't forget. The bad stuck with you forever. The guy in the gas mask was kicking her ass. Her gas wasn't slowing him down. She created orb after orb, sending it flying with the intent of knocking the mask ajar, overloading it, or just blinding him so she could get in a few quick hits. But he had a baseball bat, and he'd clipped her once already. "You're gonna pay for what you did," he said, walking deeper into the gas, swinging where he thought she might be. "Working on it, went to jail, doing a kind of community service," she said, while walking to the left, before abruptly changing direction. He seemed to guess what she was doing. The bat came perilously close. Long arms, long bat. This was distracting her from helping the malfunctions. They were kids, 10 years younger than her. She didn't want this in this kind of situation when they didn't have other people at their backs. Still pacing sideways, she could see him move to vaguely track her. It wasn't perfect, but he was good. Good eyes. She suspected she knew why. The fan at her back. Reaching up, she peeled her coat off, holding it out, and slowly made her way to a nearby railing. She hung her coat there, the heated fan still going, distorting the gas that flooded the area around them. It thinned out by the second as she ceased making new orbs, but she knew if she threw anything it would distract. She wanted to predict his movements. And he did start to inch closer to the railing. If she got the mask off, she won. There was a railing, she could use it as a jumping-off point. It was a question of waiting, of timing the attack, staying low so that the thinning cloud wouldn't reveal her. Her costume was tinted to blend in with the green-yellow. She sprung forward, one foot on the railing post that matched the one she had hung her jacket on, giving her the height to reach for his head. He saw her, in that last moment. The butt end of the bat, hands close to it, came up to her stomach. Not much of a hit, but it distracted her from getting her hands on his mask or even landing properly. The bat came down in an overhead swing, hit her ribs at her back. Her cry was strangled. Spots flashed behind her eyes. "Fume!" Withdrawal. She could hear his limbs rattle in place as he made the approach. The other two were coming too. The big guy backed off as the three major malfunctions drew close to Fume Hood. Ow! Fuck! Powers? She asked. No, the masked man said. Pretty sharp, she grunted. Outrage. Disgust, he said. Pushes you. She nodded. That, at least, was her language. Or it was her birth language. The kind of thinking that she'd always gone back to. If the other guy hated you and you hated yourself, losing was a pretty sure bet, no matter how strong you were. And for a long, long time, she hadn't liked anything about herself. Blame from all directions, including her own blame turned inward. Resentment, same thing. Frustration, wearing her down. You win, she said. Got your licks in. This is going to hurt like hell for a long, long while. I'm not done, the man said. You're done, Withdrawal replied. The man drew his gun, still holding his bat in the other hand. He pointed it at Withdrawal. No, Fume Hood grunted. The shout elicited a blinding pain. She tried to stand and instead landing on her elbows and knees. She created an orb, holding it in her hand. She couldn't bring herself to throw it, or to focus enough to use her power to fling it. Shoot me. Just me. It's fine. It's not fine, you idiot, Finale said. I could... The gun went off. Fume Hood twisted to try and look up and see what happened. The pain in her back made her only see darkness and stars for long seconds ahead. Shh, the man in the gas mask said. That was a warning shot. I know how you work. I know you could try to disarm me. If you make another sound, Finale, I shoot you before you can do anything. In her breaker form, Cariatid reached over for Finale's hand, holding it. Finale nodded, lips pursed shut. What's the point? Cariatid asked, as she turned human. Don't... Keep using your form, Fume Hood grunted. The point. What's the point of this? What do you gain? You get to gun down one of us? The man shrugged. She took a life. We take hers. No! There has to be more to it. Reasserting some control? You've been holding embryos over our heads for years, and now there's rumors they were manufactured. Then you held the end of the world over our heads. Now this supposed reason for evacuation, conveniently after the mayor gets exposed. You have powers, but you keep clutching for more. What happens? You shoot her and you win? This changes the outcome? He pointed backwards without looking to check. There were some people there, mostly young ones with cameras. Keep fighting us. It's only going to encourage us, seeing how vicious you get with the unpowered. That's if you win. If this next bullet lands, if I walk away with a win, it's a bit of motivation. We all know what you did to that pregnant woman, Rotten Apple. Pretend to be a hero all you want. We all know what you are, what you did. Kill a kid? Fume had asked. Like you just threatened to do? He aimed, and he fired. It felt like getting shot. She wanted to wrap her head around it so she could start to process the pain, but the most familiar sensation she could connect to was the last time she'd been shot. Every muscle in her body but one clenched with the pain, which speared through her midsection. The one muscle that didn't seem to have any strength at all was low in her stomach, and in its absence she found herself flopping over, curling up into the fetal position. Fume! You bastard! Withdrawal called out. What's wrong with you? Point that thing at me and I'll empty this into the group of you. You need to go, Fume Hood whispered, barely able to follow what was happening, but giving it her all anyway. She could see people closing in nearby, this guy's friends, forming a defensive perimeter around this scene, others who might not be friends, who were just regular civilians who were watching. "We're not leaving you," Finale said. "You have to. I'm sorry." "No." "Finale!" Fumehood hissed out the word. The hiss made her back and stomach cramp up. "You go. I'm not this great person. I'm not worth it." "No." "You..." Fumehood tried. "You told me your stories, your trigger events. You told me who you are. Let me tell you who I am. I'm Withdrawal's mom. Selfish and lazy and dismissive and really fucking bad at taking care of others. I'm the kids who egged Finale on, and the asshole who scared her after. I've been such a jackass for so many years. I hurt and scared so many people. I've dealt drugs to people who were like your mom," Carrie added. "I've drugged people. I've ruined lives and broken up families just by being there. Sometimes on purpose. Or for fun." Everything in her strained with the pain. Talking so much made her feel like she might pass out. "Maybe that's who you were, but you're other things too," Carrie said. "You wouldn't be here if you weren't." Fumehood shook her head, rocking on the spot as she tried to find a position where she was comfortable. "You go. Let them shoot me or humiliate me. It'll be humiliation. That's their goal. They don't want blood. They want power." Too late a pivot to convince anyone, even Finale apparently. If only she'd been thinking. Carrie had moved, putting herself between Fumehood and the man. She went breaker, Withdrawal partially hid behind his pill popper, a thin shield that wouldn't do. There were too many others. They'd moved because the man with the gas mask and gun was moving. Fumehood sat up, hand reaching for Finale's shoulder. Her hand was occupied. An orb. She'd created it and forgotten about it. All that straining, all that pain, tension, the muscle activations, whatever it was, she'd been straining and flexing parts of herself that had nothing to do with her body. Her power. By pure reflex. One orb, with enough condensed, noxious gas in it that it was almost black. She'd made this kind of orb in the past, purely as an experimental thing. But even in her lowest moment, she hadn't even considered using it on people. Because when she'd thrown it, it had swept over grass and trees. It had killed what it touched. If she got shot now, the malfunctions, even bystanders... Immediately, she began withdrawing gas from it, making it dissipate. It wasn't enough, considering 1% at best, 2%. She found strength she hadn't realized she had. Struggling, hand out, warding the gunman off. "Wait!" He raised the gun, pointing. She couldn't drop this, or risk that it popped. She let her power cast the orb out and forward. She hit the anti-parahumans, the gunmen, probably a few errant civilians who had been content to watch without outright participating. Doing the unforgivable to avoid doing the impossible. She couldn't hurt the only decent people she knew, even if it meant betraying everything she wanted out of herself. She saw people keel over, skin blistering, eyes turned her way, horrified, hateful, disgusted, in disbelief. It hadn't been so purposeful, not any more than spitting on a homeless girl, or gassing a pregnant woman. But that didn't matter. Something in her gave. Her consciousness missed a stair in the staircase it was descending. Fumehood saw the cosmos, and she saw the world she lived on. She saw lives that spread over those orbs like disease. She saw them extinguished. She saw herself in the midst of it, the fundament on which her own power was built. How deep that power went, how big it was. Something else gave. Cracks began to spread, starting with her. Malfunctions backed away as those cracks stretched across the area, like the breaking of a window as a single point of pressure was applied. And as those lines spiderwebbed out, there were areas that had cracks on all sides, and those areas fell out, fell free, falling into a kind of oblivion. Fumehood, a critical moment. You play guitar? Finale asked. Can you show me? I'm not great. Self-taught. Mostly just to pull out at parties and campfires if the mood's right. Please. Fumehood picked up the guitar. She experimentally strummed it, then began to play. After listening for a minute, Finale grabbed 2 paintbrushes and began using them as drumsticks on nearby tins, playing with some force to make up for the lack of actual drums. The drumming was probably better than Fumehood's guitar playing. I want to do this to kill time at the next stakeout, Finale said, speaking over the music. I think this would give us away. But stakeouts are so boring. The kids. Fumehood felt the cracks reaching out, saw the destruction as bits of building fell, the road dropping away into nothing. Civilians were running. Off to the side, cracks spread in 3 dimensions, cutting through the air, terrain, powers, until they reached the station. One crack reached deep enough to hit the portal within. It was like throwing water on a grease fire. The cracks began spreading out dramatically from there. She could see Cheat on the other side. She could feel that well of power. Withdrawal was running, trying to help Finale. Caryatid was slowest, but she could move about as fast as the other pair because she was just the one person. If what was happening to Fumehood happened to them, if Withdrawal was trapped in one place, locked down, fed this influx of sensations and awareness, this negativity, it would devour everything good about him. If Finale was disconnected from everyone and everything she cared about, and made an architect of calamity. If Caryatid was paralyzed, disconnected from her own humanity, forever, for each of them, she made the decision. She reached out and seized it, to steer and even force the cracks, all to guide them or encourage them to form away from innocence, where she could, away from the malfunctions, so they could run and at least tell others what had happened. Gas leaked out of her mouth, and her body contorted, distorted, more like Caryatid's other form than her own. She was losing herself. Fumehood. A critical moment. Put your hands here, Tempera said. Victoria did, pressing her hands down over the bullet wound. Blood leaked out over the tops of her fingers. Fumehood looked up at the 2 women's faces, watched as Tempera prepared some paint, saw Victoria's concern and focus. Why are you trying? Why? For me? Not, she managed to say. The pressure on her stomach didn't make it easy to speak. Not? Victoria asked. Not a good day. No. No. Tempera took an offered first aid kit, popping it open, grabbing things from within. Victoria focused on applying pressure, her eyes going from the wound to the scene around them. Not a good day for any of us, Tempera said, looking over her shoulder before she got to work. But you're still trying. We're still trying? The cracks spread, finding weak point after weak point, spreading out from there. Places powers had cut too deep. Portals. Parahumans. Where enough cracks spread, chunks simply fell away. Is this it, then? We should have run away? Should I have let myself be shot? Or would it have been any one of those other things and people pushed to the edge? If I'd taken that bullet, would those people I can see now watch that video of my execution, push things further, find another breaking point? She watched cracks spread further. Cracks found their next launching off point, a woman with awareness extending everywhere. Each line of awareness was a weak point, like lines scored into rock before that rock was cracked. The cracks stretched easily along those efficient lines. The woman in the suit, now locked in place, caught by her own well of power. Because she's her own blind spot, like Withdrawal said, much as any of us are blind to our own selves. She was too interconnected, Her power tied too many things too constantly, and that power formed bridges, connected everything in a way. There were others, here and there, others who were consumed by that power, twisted by it, writ large. Some connected things further. The city fell away, and where it didn't, it was because of people like herself, like the distant Kronos Titan, the new Titan born of the woman in the suit, of distant others who were too weak at just the wrong time. Fumehood. A critical moment. Now. He communicated with her. Respond? Her reply was inarticulate. Almost. She was ready to give up fighting, to consider her job done. She'd limited some of the damage and spared some of the lives. Help! Was the second attempt from the same voice. This was hell. Her hell. It had to be everyone's hell. For all her life, she had fought so hard and made so little progress. Everything only evident in retrospect. This was that, with too much on the line. She wasn't nearly as strong as some, or even most of the others that were emerging to stand tall. She was already so very tired, so very weary of the world and her place in it. It had been minutes. He was asking her to hold on to focus over days, if not weeks, months. He asked, knowing how hard this was, because he had been enduring it. She pushed out her own reply, trying to use power to articulate words, traveling along cracks and vast, broken emptiness. Along the new networks the woman in the suit was helping to form. Yes. The exchange was like a hand reaching out. Her hand reaching back. Something fundamental being conveyed. To the Kronos Titan. Back to her. She began asking to see about forming a dominant network, or even something that would help people of this sad, small rock in this vast, scary universe. Not enough of the others were replying or reaching back.
It looked like lightning striking in slow motion, but it was black with distortions here and there around the edges, blurring, fisheye, telescoping, and hyper-clarity. When this lightning struck, it remained where it was. Where enough different strikes intersected enough times, that which lay within broke away, falling back to reveal something else on the other side. The Chite portal was the biggest case of it. The border between Gimel and Chite broke away, and as it did, buildings from that other Earth were revealed, intersecting with facets and slices of Gimel. Some small, some vast. The merging saw buildings collapsing, or shedding one wall out of 4. The camera toppled backward, providing a partial view of the single parahuman at the epicenter of it, only partially in frame. It was apparent she was taller than the buildings around her. Some of those buildings were 5 stories tall at least. What was visible looked like sheets of black crystal and rolling carpets of fine gray-green smoke that looked soft from a distance but revealed themselves for what they were near the base, near the camera, as they broke apart into clouds and curling wisps. Head not in picture, but she did twist slowly, hips rotating, upper body rotating more, as she took in her environment. Her silhouette was only barely human now. Near the portal, at the worst of it, more was falling away. Gimel revealed Chite, Chite revealed Gimel, and when both fell away, there was a landscape of black crystal that seemed to connect to this new Titan. She moved a limb, a heavy hand that gave off smoke constantly. Smoke that had been lazily curling around her moved suddenly, solidifying into a solid form like the face of a nearby building that was suffering some of that black lightning cracking, green-gray in color. Shoring it up? The building came down violently. The solid gas exploded out into a rolling wall of the stuff, which consumed the camera's view. Or had she been intentionally tearing it down? Visual snow and static slowly overtook the camera's field of view. Glass cracked and then the feed went black. The screen shifted to footage from a distant camera, showing cracks spreading. Those cracks produced more smoke, but this was only debris from roads collapsing, buildings toppling, as those black lightning cracks extended for miles. The silhouette of the smoke titan was visible at the epicenter. She was walking, head bent. Eric, like many others, was all tension as he watched. He leaned forward and gripped the table's edge, having stood from his seat. "How many people are still in the city?" he asked. "Thousands, tens of thousands," Citrine said, from the end of the table, which was a far cry from tens or hundreds of millions. "Do we have word from the leadership?" he asked. "Making calls, some incoming," Pierce reported. "The call center downstairs is handling it." The wardens led from the front lines because they had to. The people who knew how heroes worked and how villains thought were the same type of people who wanted to be in the thick of things, helping. Most of the time, it worked. The appearance of Gimel and the emergence of the city, with all its doorways to other worlds, was a dozen diplomatic crises in one. Add in the villains banding together, villains from other worlds who had been stranded here, who needed to be broken up, and a massive population of vulnerable, displaced people, and the wardens had their hands full. They'd made it this far. 2 years. The screens were switching constantly, searching as if to find one thing to lock onto that would turn this incident into a clear picture. The main screens switched to each show half of an overhead view. Satellite camera, the epicenter of the attack, the clouds of smoke from the resulting destruction, and those cracks that spread out, like that from the tap of a hammer on a window pane, except in 3 dimensions, not 2. A city in black and white, with a shadow of gold due to the prevalence of the solar windows reflecting tinted light down onto snow. That shadow of gold was swiftly becoming ordinary shadow. The smoke and dust was reaching high enough to cut off some of the light. Abruptly, the damage began to spread at another point in the city. "Overlay! Bring up the overlay!" Eric said. Belatedly, uselessly, he added, "Please." They brought up overlays. First, the series of icons in bubbles that floated over the city, showing who was where. Part of LaRue's team elsewhere in the facility was tracking capes by geolocation and affiliation. At the center of that new manifestation of cracks and destruction, a purple bubble with a triangular point extended down. The icon, a stylized woman in a fedora with tie, minimalist face, marked it as Contessa. The purple served to label her as a special case. The Red Queen and her group were other special cases. "Do they have eyes on her?" "No," LaRue said. "Sending a flyer in with a camera." The wardens would need to know what was happening. Cenerial's icon, in a white bubble with a point at one corner. A 6 encased in the corner. 6 parahumans in her group. There were other bubbles for Valkyrie and her flocks, Narwhal, for Stonewall, Miss Militia, Legend, and Top Flight. White for Wardens. The PRTCJ were looped in with Warden's staff and patrol, guarding the staff, setting up heroes, managing portals and setting up camps and waypoints that helped guide refugees out or served as points to defend in case of attack. Their icons were surrounded by bubbles of light green. The same numbers in the bottom right to indicate how many were in each group, but other icons at other corners to mark if they were adjacent to unpowered groups and what groups those were. Defense, situation management, comms, infrastructure. Other hero teams got blue. He noted each, wishing there was one that would provide an easy answer. Foresight, the Shepherds, Breakthrough, Advanced Guard, Solace, Rooftop Champs, Dream Parade, The Wayfarers, Azure, Wizard Stars, True Blue, Erring Right, Rowdy Hawks, Sword, Virtuous Industries, Huntsman, Girls at Bat, Shelter Skelter, Good Vandals, Twee, and then a half dozen more who were too small for him to remember, or who were off-screen, trusted to handle things like helping out in Gimmel's Europe. 6 mercenary teams that the Wardens had elected to hire. Yellow Bubbles. 3 librarians, Palanquin, Liquid Gold, Lickety Split, Trigger House, and Rena. There were other mercenary groups the Wardens hadn't hired, but they were marked down on the map as not bubbles, but icons with red X's. There were a lot of red X's. Villains. Some of the X's had diamonds above, to the right, and even below. The numbers of diamonds indicated priority and threat to the city. When mercenaries were also notorious villains, they got treated like villains. The villains matched the heroes in number, more or less. Many were staying within or near the city. The door opened, and Armstrong came in the door. Eric straightened up. Armstrong was part of the Warden's Parahuman Science Council. This whole mess had to be more in his ballpark, didn't it? Armstrong, sir. Do you want to take charge? Eric asked. This looks more like parahuman science than command. Cinerio left me as her proxy, but I don't think she'd be upset if I passed the baton. I will, Armstrong said. Fill me in. The major malfunctions and tow line, 2 minor teams, were at the main Chite portal. It looks like one of them second-triggered and had a broken trigger at the same time, Eric reported. Fume hood, Antares said. She leaned against the console nearest to the door, arms folded, head bent. Her hair was bound into a loose braid, damp at the edges, and her face was framed with strands of hair that had gone wavy with the way they dried. She was a blaster, compressed gas spheres. He felt his pulse quicken, seeing and hearing her. He kept it under control. Wasn't her fault. And getting into a mental mode or state where everything she said or did irritated him wouldn't help any of them. There were bigger things to focus on. We have another, LaRue said, arm extended to point at the screen. It seems to have cascaded, capturing Contessa, possibly altering her or using her as a vector. Flyers on the way with a camera. It looks like the city is breaking down and caving in. Civilians? Armstrong asked. We're guessing a few thousand, tens of thousands, Eric said, turning to face the man. A lot of stubborn types that wouldn't leave. Maybe some elderly without connections or people to ensure they evacuated. Stragglers. Let's see about getting some heroes in there. Start by contacting them. See who's up for it. This is high hazard. In the meantime, let's get all the information we can. Cameras, and let's talk to our thinkers. This is thinker headache territory, so warn them. Eric, would you reach out to them? Yes, sir, Eric said. He took a seat, opening up the laptop, and pressed his keycard to the corner to unlock it and log himself in. He had an earbud and cord with a microphone attached in his pocket, and he plugged it in. What the hell is happening? Armstrong asked, as he leaned over the end of the table, looking like the furthest thing from an interim leader of a hero organization. A belly, a heavy brow, sharp chin, wrinkled forehead, and receding hairline. The lab coat was maybe the only thing about him that suited him. It's Gimmel's apocalypse, Antares said. Everything the agents were set up to do after Scion won or rounded up this cycle, they're doing it now. Cast aside the humans, accumulate raw power, and then use that power to blow it all up and cast fragments of themselves in every direction. We interrupted that, Eric said. Technically we did, Citrine said. Fuck you, Eric thought. Antares cut in. Nobody interrupted anything. We disrupted it. They're staggering forward instead of doing this in a clean way. Processes conflict. They can't organize, so they'll just steal energy and materials from us, wiping us out, then destroy what's left when they try and probably fail to make a coordinated exit. We threw a wrench in the works, but the machine is still trudging forward, smoking and doing a lot of damage in the meantime. Killed the conductor, but the train is still on its tracks? Armstrong asked, sounding almost wry. Rye tended to go alongside happy, though. This felt more like gallows humor. Tens of thousands dead, possibly. Buildings falling. We have cameras on Contessa, I think, LaRue said. She was growing, but not in a smooth way. Rather, in staggered stages, parts of her lunged into being. A black stone wolf's head, 3 hands reaching up to grasp at one another's wrists, winding and almost braiding together in their efforts, forking another wolf's head. A curl of what could have been hair or horn writ in more black stone with traces of white. More curlings and decorative growths. Until there was a silhouette, a vaguely woman-shaped figure with head turned skyward, back arched and chest and stomach thrust up and out, arms dangling. She had no face, but instead a morass of that hair-like, horn-like curling of black stone, like a curtain of it was draped over her head. 3 large wolf's heads framed her neck and helped form one of her shoulders. Everything below was a jumble, images so layered and lost in one another that they were almost pure decoration. The black lightning cracks around her were intense, with more straight lines than the other disaster. She didn't move a muscle, if she even had muscles. But she did open her eyes. Amber eyes all up and down her body, some so small the chains of them looked like veins of gold, appearing in cracks and the centers of curls, in tumbles of black stone hair and open mouths, everywhere but where a human silhouette should have eyes. Each bright in the midst of smoke and snow, contrasted by the blackness of her. These might be new conductors? Antares said. Architects, maybe, because they're building something. The screen showed a distant view of the others. Kronos turned to look to one side. The fuming Titan, now visible at her full height. Maybe 6 or 7 stories tall, small compared to the others. Her head more like a cowl or hood of black crystal, no face visible beneath, with the gas leaking out resembling long hair left to drape out, tumbling down her front until it dissolved. We've got another appearing, LaRue said.
Don't say that,
Armstrong said. Stress was clear on the man's face. I'm sorry, sir. One more in Gimel.
Cameras. We need eyes on them. Who are they?
Who did we lose? Eric thought. He stole a glance back at Antares, but she was stone still, tense.
Was it cool? Vessel asked. It was not uncool. Guy in charge invited me over, told people to give me the royal treatment. They had hired this punk band that night, teenage guys with dirt under their fingernails, shirtless with 6-packs, stubble on their chin, crazy hair. Handed me a beer, me being a minor. I said something lame like I couldn't, and this guy who looked like he could rip someone's head clear off their neck told me if I was willing to go to war, I could drink, and then the band pulled me up on stage. Fun, Armiger said. It was. When you're a kid, you want nothing more than to be an adult. I felt adult. They took me to the head of the boss. He asked me what I wanted to do. Later, he introduced me to other people. They respected me, and I got into that whole mess because my parents couldn't. They were all like school, extracurriculars, curfew. Every time I tried to do my own thing or build social networks, which are kind of important, they'd ground me. I was a child to them, and they made it 100% clear they were going to treat me like a child. Were they, Armiger asked, Nazis? My parents? They had beliefs, Scribe said, offering an apologetic shrug. At the time, I felt like they kept all the bad parts while ignoring the good parts. And now? Vessel asked. She looked nervous. She tucked blue hair behind the portion of her mask that covered her ear. Sorry. Never mind. It's okay. I'm willing to talk about it. It's not like I want to go stand in front of cameras or write some public letter saying how dumb I was as a kid. We got an amnesty, and that should count for something. Sorry, Vessel said. Shouldn't have brought it up. Pre-amnesty. It's okay. Really, to answer your question, do I still think there were good parts? Scribe said, hunching forward a bit. Not going to lie, you wouldn't see anyone joining if there was nothing good about it. But now, I think there were way less than I thought then. Community, some desire to see things improve, even if they weren't entirely right about how. I look anywhere else, and I don't see the same kind of drive or push I remember from when I was in the clans later in the Empire. So I want to keep that part of it. Loyalty, strong ties, drive. Yeah, Vessel said. She frowned a bit at the stutter. Scribe had already been over a lot of this with Vessel and Accolade. Accolade was off to one side, smoking off his nerves from their earlier brief encounter with the Red Queen, mostly staying quiet. Armiger was the latest member of their group. She hadn't had any late-night patrols or hangouts with just him, so she hadn't gone into it much. And the other stuff? Armiger asked. Fuck that stuff, Scribe said. Right now, our priority is saving the city. We need to, save people. What I always believed was that we needed someone strong in charge. In a fucked up world with endbringers and giant childbirth abominations. Strong leadership, firm hand on the rudder, focus, some good soldiers, and these are the people who protect the meek and the good people who can't be soldiers. Only difference is I used to believe in some racist shit. Just adapt that crap. Protect everyone. You okay? Vessel asked. I'm okay now, Scribe said. I think, working on what She trailed off, trying to find the thread of what she wanted to say. Vessel touched her arm. I'm okay, Scribe said, annoyed. She didn't like appearing weak. I'm working on what I don't have exactly right. They need soldiers more than... She floundered. She stopped. Victor! She snarled the word. Victor rounded the corner. His chuckle was low, deep in his throat, and made broad shoulders shake. The fuck? She asked. Victor had the ability to steal abilities in the field while augmenting his own. He'd been aiming it at her, taking her gift of gab. You dick! Sorry, he said. Wanted to make an entrance. And the best entrance is the sort that kicks in the door and puts down the scariest guy in the room right away. I'm not your enemy. You phimotic cockjockey. Victor laughed. Turn it off. Just did, he said. Wanted to see if there were any sign of the old you in there.
You aren't supposed to be talking to a recalcitrant ex-supremacist, she told him. Remember?
Vessel, Armiger, and Accolade won't tell, will they? You guys are cool? Vessel was sitting up straighter, hand at her hair again. We're cool. The boys nodded. Give us some privacy? Victor asked. We'll hang out later. All three looked at Scribe instead of giving an immediate answer, though Vessel looked like she'd be crestfallen if Scribe shot it down. Scribe nodded. It's your funeral if you get caught. They'll count it as a mark against you, she said. You could eat crow and say sorry. I don't say sorry, she told him. She looked off in the direction of the station and the procession line of naked giants that were marching away from it. What do you want? I wanted to see if you were okay. I'm fine. You were always fine. You were fine when Coyle outed us. You were fine when Kaiser died. You were fine when you were injured. You were fine when we went back to the clans and the new leadership treated us like dirt and blamed us for what happened to Empire 88. Morons, she said. What if I was fine? He put a hand against the wall and leaned over her. What if you weren't? I see how restless you are. I know who you are and where you come from. She resisted the attempted intimidation. And? He relaxed, straightening. And your family. Closest I have to family, anyway. Only if I get to be the big sister, or the cool aunt, or the kick-ass grandma who whips your ass if you so much as look at her funny. Sorry, baby sister. Fuck that. No, that creeps me out. Creeps you out, huh? He asked, his expression placid, his gaze penetrating. Can't imagine it, she said. It makes me think of Christmases by the tree, pulling stuff out of a stocking while some rosy-cheeked mom and dad look on proudly. Music playing on the radio, something baking in the oven, gingerbread so thick in the air it congeals in your throat. You're mentally ill. Nobody does that. I'm fucking not doing it with you, of all people, Victor. You don't need me for a sister. You have a girlfriend to terrorize and celebrate holidays with. He made a sound. There was zero emotion on his face as he said, Gospel's a good girl. I still worry about you. Don't. I'll have Christmas with Vessel or somebody else with no family left. Drink and black out till New Year's. Yeah, Victor drawled. That screams that you're doing perfectly fine. Sometimes you need to ask for help. Reach out and shit, you know? Reaffirm old ties. I really don't, she said.
You triggered in prison, Scribe. Alone, abandoned by others, including the clans you had just done jobs for. The entire system working against you. Whether you want to admit it or not, you're in prison now. Alone. You've got these tenuous connections to those others, and the entire system is stacked against you. She wanted to reply, and the words weren't there. His power? No, she knew the feel of it. Yeah, sure, he wasn't wrong. That was pretty much where she was at. She didn't like thinking about it. She shrugged. Unless you apologize, you'll always be an ex-Nazi to them.
That's what you're after? No. What I was after was checking in, reaching out. This is secondary. He was so good at sounding precise, confident. I'm fucking trying, Victor. I'll show them with actions, but I won't apologize. I won't go to them crying sorry. That's not how I roll. Showing them with actions means walking back everything, you know. And I heard you were picking on Capricorn earlier. He's actually a degenerate example of humanity, Victor, on every count. He tried to murder his brother, Moonsong's ex, and she's cool. I think giving him some shit is fair. No other motivations, nothing underlying, you're 100% better. Fuck off. Like you're any better, you fraud. The religious crap you're latched onto is just excuses.
She fell silent. Victor had turned his head sharply, hand raised. She turned to look, and she saw Moonsong approaching. Brown-haired, wearing a costume with a dress built in, a slit down one side. A moon motif, of course, played into everything, from mask to shoulder decoration, belt and bracers.
It's a process. Scribe finished her rant, bitter. They had been overheard. This was going to fuck her so bad. Fuck. She could actually feel the walls of the metaphorical prison now. Hi, Moon. Victor greeted the young woman. Moonsong made no sound while she walked, and her hair had some float to it, reducing her own gravity or something. She had her arms folded. She didn't return his greeting. She seemed stuck in her thoughts. Scribe touched the wall behind her as she slouched back. She focused, and she concentrated her power in her fingertip, pressed it onto the wall. A small telekinetic signature that slowly encapsulated the entire structure as a signature grew more elaborate, wrapping it in a kind of force field that would only hold it, not protecting it. Her other hand found her staff. Speak of the devil and she appears. Not that Moonsong was a devil. Not that Scribe felt she would get attacked. But she dealt with volatile types, especially after returning to the clan for the third time. She didn't face down an unhappy parahuman without being ready to fling a half-ton of concrete at them. "I need you to leave my rookies alone," Moonsong said, finally turning to look them in the eye. "I can't speak for Scribe, but I won't go after them to find your mole or whatever," Victor said. "No mole," Moonsong said. "Come on, let's get real," he said. "You sent one of them to watch us and feel us out, see if we were talking about stuff." "No mole. You wouldn't have come here this fast if there wasn't one." "No mole," Moonsong said for the third time, giving him a hard look. "Believe it or not, I've been keeping an eye out. If one or two of you aren't visible at any given time, I wonder. I double-check. I listen in." "Are we in trouble?" Scribe asked. "Right now, we're in crisis management. We focus on the city, the citizens. You guys leave the rookies alone. That includes you, Victor. I know Vessel thinks you light up the room." "Not doing anything to Vessel." "I know you're not doing anything to Vessel because I told you. It's an order. One romance on the team was bad enough, but because it brought you on board, Worrell and I agreed to let it slide, especially when Gospel is as level-headed as she is. Vessel isn't. She's great, but I'm drawing the line." "All right," Victor said. His face gave away nothing. When he took enough from people, they lost a bit of it forever, and he kept a bit of it forever. He'd stolen stuff from people in the past, and that included the ability to maintain a perfect poker face, among many, many other things. "Scribe, I don't want to hear you've been hanging out with the rookies." "I'm a rookie. You might be new to us, but you've been a Cape for years. If you're around them, I want chaperones, people I'd trust as part of the conversation. I don't want them being a part of your process." Yep, overheard. Fuck. She'd be stuck like this. A prison without walls, but still a prison with other people dictating her every move. No hope of advancement, no hope of more. "Victor, can you go join Tribute at the front line? Keep an eye on those giants?" "Of course. I really did want to reach out and see if Scribe was okay," he said. He smiled, and he was good at smiling in a way that he was good at a lot of things. It was the sort of thing that would be a bit chilling if Scribe didn't know he was on her side. "Scribe, walk with me," Moonsong said.
Scribe fumed internally, but she walked. This was Victor's fault. "What you were saying about wanting to show where you're at with actions instead of words, Scribe?" Moonsong asked. Oh, she'd really overheard. "I don't get any privacy, huh?"
No, you don't. If you were on lists, and if there were big red warning labels on your Parahumans Online page, then you get a trust but verified treatment post-amnesty. Doesn't feel like amnesty is helping me any. It's better than prison." "This is prison," she snarled. "God!" Key point in that is trust. I don't love a lot of how you were talking and what you were saying, what you weren't saying. I'm still going to trust the intent is there. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And keep me from socializing? Keep me away from Victor? Didn't know you liked him. Scribe brought her staff around so it rested against her shoulders and the back of her neck. Her gloved hands gripping either end. She shrugged, a little more dramatic with the staff where it was. She wasn't sure she did, but he was one of the only people she still knew from the old days. The only person, maybe, who actually knew her. "I need you to leave Capricorn alone. That's an order. We don't pester other teams when we could be depending on them to save our lives later." "Okay." "You called it a process. I'm working on my own process. I won't say I'm perfect. Sometimes you just have to pretend it's all hunky-dory, play nice, interact with enough people, and it surprises you by becoming normal. I feel like that's everything I was trying to get away from when I ran away from home. I triggered so I could escape it in prison. Thought control. Even now, it bothered her.
Well, I can tell you I've been there.
Not as intense as what you've got as far as, picking up on what others are saying around me. But it doesn't feel like thought control now. I used to be homophobic. I'm better, I guess. I think it's a weird thing to do, but I can roll with it. An old teammate resurfaced, came back from the dead actually, and reminded me. There was a deep shudder that rattled the city, breaking some windows. Broken glass cascaded around building faces. Moonsong broke into a run. Scribe adjusted her staff, sat on it, and took to the air, one hand on her wide-brimmed hat and the other gripping her staff. Her eyes were on Shin's station, the giants just beyond it. It wasn't them. They looked as disoriented as she felt. Opposite direction. She flipped around in the air. It came rippling through the air, a crack in reality, black and surrounded by distortions of light, curls of vapor from temperature changes. One curl of vapor came with a blast of pressurized air. She tumbled back, slipping from her perch atop her staff. Her glove didn't find traction on the textured length of it. She fell, dropping out of the air. The next moment, she felt like she was in water, as though she'd plunged into a river without breaking past any surface or getting wet. Breaking her fall. Partially breaking. Moonsong's power. She hit the ground hard, her head striking the hard ground. All around her, more cracks tore into the ground, which rumbled. Some of the segments of ground were lifted up, and buildings on the street were toppled. Surrounded by 4 walls of concrete, a fitting combination with her new social prison. The air was as dangerous as the ground. Crouching down, she drew a sigil on the surface of the shattered road, listened to the shouts, and made sense of 0 of it. Fuck. Anytime she couldn't go up kind of fucked with her head. Not being able to go anywhere. Fucked with her everywhere. Head to toe, gut, breathing, heart. She gripped her hat and pulled the brim down. She knew it was useless, that it flew in the face of her status as a veteran cape. But those black tears above her were terrifying. And with nothing else at hand that she could do, she used her hat like a little kid might pull the blanket over their head. The giants were a few blocks away now, and they were screaming and hooting. The only noise was the rumble of buildings falling. A roaring knife-on-a-plate scream as a section of road just went, toppling into darkness. What lay on the other side of it was only darkness. Her vision wavered, a very similar kind of darkness taking over everything. A vision crept over her, of people who weren't people, all standing in profile. Most were symmetrical from left to right, but not all were. Written any number of shapes, any number of materials. She heard a sound between a shout and a scream. She let go of the brim of her witch hat. Wavering, she turned, searching.
I'm here!
She cried out. There was an inarticulate cry. She followed the sound. Past broken road, a leap over a gap. Moonsong and Armiger were there. Vessel was laying down on the ground next to a face-down tribute, her chest glowing. She'd merged with another cape, capturing that person and holding them inside of her as a power source and modifier to her own knowledge base and personality. One of the other injured, no doubt. Accolade, maybe. All looked to be unconscious at first glance. At second glance, they were moving, but without any coordination. Something in them had broken. Armiger, at least, had his powers. The force field above him, elaborate and getting more elaborate by the second. A shield with wings, horns, a lion head, flags. It would reach a point where it was more fancy than effective, with the idea being it swung from a force field to a mental effect that radiated out in front of it. Except the mental effect had no use here. It was protecting their group against falling and flying rubble. Moonsong's field was altering the gravity, making any falling stones less terminal in their velocity. They hit the shield and tumbled off to a point below. A crack was creeping closer to him, yawning wider. Scribe opened her mouth to call out, and only produced a, "Yeah!" She knew what it was. She knew the shakiness and the feeling like missing a stair that came before she'd even taken a step. She did take that step, however. She could have and would have jumped the gap in front of her to reach their section of road, but she didn't trust herself to make that 1-foot jump. So she headed left, toward the inches-wide gap. Her foot didn't land right. Her sense of balance failed to give her anything, and she tumbled, hard, rolling across that gap. Hand resting on the ground, she willed the symbol to appear, the signature that locked her telekinesis on this particular chunk of road. Then she lifted them up. It wasn't easy, with the cracks above and around them. When turning her head and identifying things was hard, it didn't help that the cracks were deceptive in where they were, because her eyes couldn't easily discern if they were large and far away or small and close, especially as some swelled and others narrowed, like pulsing veins. Slowly, the others roused. She'd scooped up what she could of the shepherds, and she couldn't see the others below. "Thank you," Moonsong said. Scribe just kept them flying. As they moved, she saw a massive figure hunched over, black-bodied, with golden hair running down the spine, moving as if billowing in a wind that wasn't actually there. Hands extended down to the ground, arms overlong with more of that gold hair from elbow to wrist. It bore a crown that took over part of its face, that looked like something between hair in the wind and gold many-prong. Below that crown, there was only a mouth, corners downturned. "Victor," she said, naming it before she'd even fully comprehended what she was seeing. She turned to Moonsong, angry. "Was this the Red Queen?" "No." It was Tribute who had answered. "No, I felt it. The pull, the tug. I almost..." "Almost what?" Scribe cried out, angry. Their ride wavered in the air. "Almost gave in, let it in. Almost didn't find the strength or focus to pull away." "He gave up?" she asked. "Victor has been struggling." Moonsong was quiet. She sounded despondent, surprisingly so, given how she'd never seemed to like Victor. Gospel broke it off. I think he had a lot of self-doubts, loneliness. Scribe watched, looking down. He was bigger than any of the nearby buildings. Anyone who got too close to him lost everything, it seemed, almost instantly. Knowing his power, a lot of it could be permanent. This was her Victor?
The chill and deep, surprising sadness she felt was laced through by horror.
When he'd swung by, talking to her against orders, he hadn't been reaching out to help or give support. He'd been reaching out for help, to get support. She'd missed it. "Victor!" He raised his head, looking at her with a face without eyes. "Be strong!" She shrieked the words. "We are family!" His overlong arms swung out, a paw of the hand clawing through the air, straight towards them. Armiger created his force field. Scribe dropped the chunk of street they were riding on by several feet. The hand was partially deflected, only missing them through the coordinated defensive maneuvers. In the wake of the blow, again, she felt that wave of Victor's power writ large, a loss of all faculties. Balance, coordination, everything else. Given enough of a hit, and they wouldn't regain what they'd lost. They broke away, backing off. He started to pursue, but the giants had started to scatter, still screaming and hollering. Others in the back were violently giving birth. Their faculties were diminished, but... "It's not him anymore," she said.
Tattletale says to try to avoid using powers, Eric reported, ending the call and freeing Tattletale to do whatever it was a villainous information broker did. "We should let the cracks settle. It should stop, at least until there's another precipitating event." "I want to go," Victoria said. "Armstrong, give me permission?" "No," Armstrong said. "It's ultimately up to you, but you know what's on the other side of those cracks better than anyone else in this room. The leadership is on their way. We'd appreciate your input." "To actually use?" she asked. "Or is this like before?" She looked at Eric as she said it. "To use, really," Armstrong said. "I don't want to lose you in fighting against threats. If you can tell us something critical in a briefing later." "Okay," she said. She looked haunted, tense. "I don't want to sound pissy or uncooperative, but if I feel like I'm not helping, I'm going to leave and go help. Please don't count it against Breakthrough if I do. I'll break ties with them if necessary to keep from hurting their standing. But I can't do nothing." "I wouldn't expect you to," Armstrong said. Eric had almost come to respect her initially. She seemed like she played along, but she was too deep in things. She needed to be far away from this, in the same way a doctor needed to avoid operating on his family. A judge couldn't deliver a sentence to her spouse. He'd cracked, lost his cool.
He couldn't blame her. Not exactly.
Being a hero took a kind of insane grit that did a number on anyone. That kind of grit tended to make heroes really obnoxious to deal with. The worst of them got childlike. The best of them, like Chevalier, could present themselves well. He was too tired, running at 10 out of 10 since last night. And Tari's hadn't ever been official PRT, though she'd come close on 2 fronts. She'd almost joined once, before her hospitalization, and she'd slept with a ward. That probably meant some knowledge by osmosis. It didn't mean she got it, though. That parahumans were so close to the problem it made their judgment suspect sometimes. That oversight was needed. The ex-PRT capes got those things, accepted the objective calls. "What's the overall situation?" Eric asked Pierce. "How are communications?" "A few things on our board," Pierce said, her attention not leaving the screen on the terminal in front of her. 2 lesser staff members were doing the typing and navigating on sub-screens. "The anti-parahumans are disseminating a video. It's the inciting incident. People are panicking, getting ugly." "Who can we divert?" "Nobody. There are other crises. Shin." "What's happening in Shin?" Antares asked.
The portal had shattered. The damnable lab was gone. Marquis considered versatility the most important thing in powers. Survive, cover as many bases as possible, and victory was inevitable. He found himself using everything he had just to survive. Wings of bone became a shield, and that shield became a wall. He felt the strain in his bones and the pain as holes were punched in that wall. But he was buying time. Buying opportunity for the refugees they'd brought to Shin to get away. Not through the portal. That was now a briar-bush tangle of distorted cracks in reality, reaching up to the clouds and off to either side. Just away. Other capes, ex-prisoners from Gimel, ex-Fallen, and ex-followers of Goddess were doing much the same. Some had powers that helped, but only in maneuvering, only in defense. The Goddess giant hurled chunks of shattered landscape and buildings. Her alignment wasn't working. Not against this. The Gibberim Knight was holding firmest. The armor it had built and wrapped around itself was seemingly the only thing that could endure the onslaught. "You were such a good girl," he said. "You tried so hard." He grunted as his shield was struck and split in 2. He threw himself to one side as another strike speared through the gap. But something wrenched at the half-shield that was still attached to his arm. It threw him to one side, twisting the arm in its socket. If there was any unique sensation he was intimately familiar with, it was the feeling of one's own bones breaking. Grimacing, he knit the shattered bones of his arm back together, then wrapped his arm in bone armor that would brace it and hold things steady until the damage to the thing other than the bones could heal. "It has been a pleasure knowing you," he said. So tall she was effectively out of earshot, Hunter didn't respond. She only laughed. Incessantly laughed, as she brought razor lines spearing down from the sky and up from the ground with enough force to crack bones harder than steel. Her body seemed to be made up of those lines, and cracks in reality. He disconnected himself from the shield and he went to his daughter. He scooped her up in his arms. "Almost gave up," Amelia murmured. "Best if you don't," he said. "I failed her. Hunter," she said, hugging him, face buried in his shoulder. "Focus on the good. We need you with us." She used her power on him. He could feel the pressure in his shoulder as the damage healed. "Best if you don't, whilst you're not feeling your best," he murmured. She stopped, leaving the work undone. He'd seen her like this before. Broken. He put a hand over her ear so he could raise his voice. "Retreat! Shin Defense Initiative! Everyone to me and away! Leave the giants to it!" Labrat was there. Barely recognizable as a hulking 15-foot-tall rat-like figure with a conical face formed of tumors like clusters of giant blood-gorged ticks. He had 4 of the clones clinging to his fur, and the blankets that covered them, and what looked like half of a workshop besides, machines as large as cars hanging from the chains. The others, Marquis looked. He counted heads, saw the trickle of evacuees. He was so thirsty. It was something that always got to him in battles. If they ran long enough, that the adrenaline faded. The thirst, the human needs. Once he reached that point, he tended to make his exit. It was the point that things started getting sloppy. "I don't think I can do this," Amelia mewled. "I think you must." "There's no question," Marquis answered. He knew from experience that she didn't tend to respond to that kind of prodding or absolute, even though it was part of what drove him. Rigid codes and obligations he set up around himself. He had no idea what else to say. Instead, he focused on helping. He extended and expanded bone before hardening it, because this new hunter hit hard enough to demand he use bones harder than steel. He created blade-like growths and set them into the ground with extended roots of bone penetrating frozen soil. Walls to shield those running for safety. Flashbang, he saw, was one of the last ones out. Of course. Flashbang turned to look at Hunter, created a large orb in his hands and hurled it skyward. He created another orb while it was airborne, and tossed it up. The newer orb had a shorter fuse. It detonated and launched the first orb almost straight at Hunter, detonating in her face, doing far too little damage. Cracks. A gushing of blood like a bathtub of blood had been emptied from the opening. Next to nothing in the way of blood after the initial burst, and then no bleeding at all. It wasn't that the wound had closed up, but that she bled differently. Still laughing, she turned her face towards them. Marquis threw up a shield just in time to protect them from the retaliation. By the time he had backed away enough to see over the top of the shield, the wound at her face had disappeared. She lunged forward, gripping her own razor wires and leaping between them as a monkey might leap from branch to branch. Buildings groaned and tipped over as the wires that extended into them bore her full weight, but she didn't touch the ground. Capes from the prison were attacking and protecting one another, but they weren't coordinated. A pair of them were from Labrat's choices of powerful recruits for his personal team. The wires appeared from inside of them, extending from shoulder to hand and out the palm, out each foot, and out of the mouth, lifting one to a spread-eagled position 50 feet above the ground. Thin wires looked thicker as blood ran down them, and the cape struggled. The other one was mangled, twisted up, his upper body doing 3 rotations to the right as wires pulled on him, his lower body doing 2 rotations to the left. His midsection simply split. He didn't die immediately. Not exactly. But at least the screaming was brief. Hunter's hand came to rest on the first, the one that was spread eagle. He was dragged down along wires, and those wires cut him apart from the inside, exposing bone. Too far away for Marquis to reach out to the bone and attempt to spear for Hunter's vitals. Not that she had any that he could see. She had no eyes, only a blindfold of wires and cracks of reality. She moved on to her next prey, La Llorona. She was choosing leaders, captains, powerful capes. A small mercy Marquis and his daughter hadn't been that close by when Hunter had attacked. The Gibberin Knight attacked her. It was sufficient distraction for everyone else. They fled, running from the spreading disaster, shepherding the refugees. Marquis turned the armor at his arm into a basket of sorts to hold Amelia close to him, extending legs and his other arm so he could prowl forward on skeletal limbs, traversing broken ground and fallen buildings. Is she hurt? Flashbang asked as he caught up with Marquis. As always, there was that brief moment as the man who had raised his daughter looked at Marquis and wrestled momentarily with the feelings and prejudices before setting them aside. He wasn't asking about the enemy. Marquis took a second to consider, and gave Amelia the chance to speak before saying, "Only her heart and her pride." "It's more than that," Amelia muttered. Like this, she reminded Marquis of the little girl he'd once held in his arms. "What's even the point?" "The point is you have somewhere to be later," Flashbang said. "Amy, you made a promise. You will not break that promise to her. I know what you're feeling. Like the last few walls around your heart are down and all you have to do is reach through to where your powers are. The reason I'm not is I made promises. To your mother, to Victoria, to you. I'm supposed to go talk to somebody in the middle of all of this." "You are absolutely supposed to," Flashbang said. "Amy, you've hurt Victoria enough times." "I didn't. You hurt her. You know you hurt her. You won't hurt her this time by not following through. And after, I promise to go to a therapy session. It's just one session. You'll promise me you'll go to the one after. Right here, right now. I think you need it as much as I do." "I don't. What happens after that one?" "The promise I need you to make is that you'll attend the appointments after. That doesn't end at the next appointment. When you've attended appointment number 2, then the promise means you'll go to number 3. When you've gone to that one, it means you'll go to number 4. "The way things are going," Amelia said, "I don't think we'll have any therapists in a couple of days." "Then it's an easier promise to make. But you need something on the horizon to focus your eyes on. Surrender in the here and now is not how I raised you." Flashbang met Marquis's eyes. "Promise," Flashbang said, with a raw edge to his voice. Amy didn't respond, but she did nod her assent.
"We've got another one in Chite," LaRue reported. "Not one we know. They were a cape who didn't broadcast their powers. A stranger, it seems?" "Do we know the powers yet?" Armstrong asked. "Not yet." There wasn't much to do at this stage, only to record, identify, and prepare to brief those who made it back here. Some were on the fringes, out of reach of this cracking. Some were at the new refugee settlements. Some were here. Then there were the ones in the city proper. They were the ones who had it roughest, right in the epicenter as the city steadily caved into itself. "Antares?" LaRue said. "It's bad news," she said. "I don't know what it is. The Capes and Breakthroughs area have gone quiet. Phone lines are down, satellites are struggling with all of the interference, but we can't reach them." Eric quietly studied her expression, watching her process. Her eyes moved around like she was working her way through a logic program. "They're okay," she said, quiet, before looking up. "They have to be okay. I'm not worried about them. Tell me the cracks aren't extending too close to New Brockton Bay." "They aren't, not yet." "Then Lookout and her team should be fine. Do we have word from the major malfunctions? They were right near the center of it." "No word, no communications," LaRue said. I'm sorry, I'm getting some calls. I'll let you know if..." But she was already nodding, too quick, almost cutting him off. LaRue resumed what he was doing at the computer, hand moving his right headphone over his ear again. Eric typed up information for the Thinker team, sorting it. He kind of knew what Antares was feeling. Cinereal was out there. The inverse of Antares, with whom he'd lost his cool. Antares batted her eyelashes, dressed up, smiled and pledged cooperation, only to do the opposite. By contrast, Cinereal stuck to the stylish costume the PRT had given her once upon a time. But she didn't manipulate, she said exactly what she meant and acted like a gruff, hard-as-nails pain in the ass, while ultimately being cooperative. She was out there, in the thick of it. His boss. His partner, in some ways. "Another report coming in. Garbled," LaRue said. He typed furiously. Eric felt a profound despair wash over him at those words. They kept hearing about more, but they weren't hearing about any wins. Some capes were fending off various titans, trying to fight, and after half an hour of this, there still weren't any reports of Titan defeated. No cheers. "Took a second to confirm location. It's in one of the pocket worlds," LaRue said. "Which one?" Antares asked.
"Prance," Moose said. Begged. Prancer had entered his breaker form, but it was a broken entering. His figure was like a man who had leaped through what he thought was an open window and crashed into glass. Except the glass had remained in the frame. 1,000 shards impaling him, opening him up. The glass in this case was bands of black and gold that braided, wove together and forked, wrapping around him, through him, taking him to pieces. Only part of his head, mouth, neck, and shoulder were really intact. Moose backed up, hand out to usher Daisy and some of the others back. The idea had been that this would be a safe place, almost a place to retire. They'd had the cash, the resources, the connections, money for security, money for recreational drugs, a place to low-key party and relax when they were so very, very tired. Recuperate from heartbreak after losing Velvet. "Halfway there," Prancer said. "Maybe I'll get to see Velvet on the other side." More than halfway, Moose thought. "I don't think that's the way it works. Doesn't seem like a good reason to go through with this." "I don't think I can walk backward on this road," Prancer said. "Try moonwalking?" Moose asked, trying to crack a joke, failing. He sounded as despondent as he felt. "No, too much of a grip on me." "Don't suppose you would concentrate real hard then?" Moose asked. "I am. I want to see it, the concentration," Moose said, moving closer to Daisy and the others. Prancer's girlfriend and the other people who had come to party and never left. He shielded them with his body. "I don't know how I'm supposed to do that," Prancer said. "Are you trying to distract me by confusing me? Slow down the transformation?" "Just give me the reassurance you tried. Something to keep in my memories." "You're so lame, Moose." "I'm a simple guy. I like it straightforward." "Would you?" Prancer frowned, then closed his eyes, expression contorting. Moose, seeing that, reached back to Manuel, fumbling at the guy's side. Manuel handed him the weapon he was reaching for. A gun. Moose checked it, aimed for the part of Prancer's face that was still Prancer, and not this grossly mutated breaker body, and Prancer's body acted. All Moose could see was the part of its face that was already in its breaker form. A glowing eye open while Prancer's was shut. The gun went off. It struck Prancer in the side of the head, blowing off a chunk. Prancer's body, in turn, struck Moose with a black claw bigger than Moose was. Moose tried to fend it off, parrying with a blast of force, but it still struck him back and down into the ground. Numb, Moose lay there, listening to the small gasps. He looked down and around him, and saw that he had been thrust into the midst of 3 of their friends, Daisy included. He had survived the hit because of his powers. They were alive, but in a minute they would be dead from the way he'd been shoved into and through them. Bodies in tatters. Daisy's eyes were so impossibly wide. Manuel's stare was somehow vacant and accusatory. The numbness got worse. He'd been here before. Experienced this before. in a past life. He turned, aiming with a hand that shook too much to aim well. Shot Daisy twice, once as a near miss, again to actually end her pain as he intended. He turned to Manuel, and he didn't get a chance to do the same for their buddy. The thing that had been Prancer attacked. Another crushing blow. Another blow Moose only barely fended off. The thing punched with the force of a train crashing into something, and leaped back with his hypernatural agility and speed. Prancer charged in, leaped, using the momentum of falling from 200 feet in the air to augment the force of his blow. But by the time he reached Moose, Moose was already on his way to matching and exceeding his old friend's stature, on his own way down the same road Prancer had just travelled. The thing that had been Prancer didn't deliver the strike with any force. Instead, with the lightness of a feather landing, came to perch atop the broad back of the thing that had once been his and Velvet's mutual friend and lover. And the world around them dissolved into black lightning cracks, the small refuge they had built falling to pieces. Consolidate. Consolidate. Two became one, damaged, broken, and haphazard, because many of the needed connections weren't there. Still more than the sum of their parts.
That makes 2 in the pocket world, I think, LaRue said. With more confirmed reports coming in and the initial effect fading, I think we're getting a final tally. How bad is it? Armstrong asked. Between 10 and 12. Armstrong, sir. Eric? Eric sat back, shocked. There were only a few answers that would really merit that kind of awkward opening, aimed at both ex-director Armstrong and himself. Scenario, LaRue said. We're getting cameras in for a better view, but there was a screen mounted on the wall that showed her from a distance. Everything within a city block of the figure was dissolving into gray ash. If Scenarial's power held true, that ash could heat up to temperatures like thermite. Gone. Turned against them. Eric's mentor, patron, supporter, his partner, in a way. She'd elevated him with the implication she'd drop him if he didn't keep up with her, and he'd kept up. The one person he'd been able to count on to back him up, and he was going to be feeling the lack of that backup if his heated spat with Antares came up. Above all else, she'd been a friend, someone he'd respected and liked. He glanced back at Antares, half expecting the girl to be gloating, lording it over him. He caught her with moisture in her eyes, using her sleeve to dab at the corners. LaRue was busy bringing up images, picking out the best shots of each of the Titans they knew about. Armstrong had other preoccupations. Other staff members were busy, reeling in their own ways, or pretending not to notice others' grief. I lost a friend, Antares told Eric. The rest of my team seem to have made it out okay, this time. They'll probably expand the damage on purpose or gather power for another breaking like this until they've broken everything. But she still had the bulk of her teams intact. He could see the marker for the major malfunctions, with the 3 in the bottom right corner. Her tears might have been ones of relief after a hell of tension. Eric nodded, his jaw too set to actually respond. Cracking seems to have slowed down, LaRue said. Call your people back, Director Armstrong, Citrine said, still at her seat at the head of the table. The mayor motioned toward a screen, that same overhead view from before. Now it showed the damage that spanned 3/5 of the city, which itself more or less spanned everything between New York and Boston and New York and New Brockton Bay. Shadows from the dust that had reached the sky above the city cast it in a noticeably darker tint, as though it were night. The only things that are salvageable here are your heroes' lives.
This was a production of Ward by Parahuman Audio. Ward and the Parahuman stories are written and owned by J.C. McCrae. You can find the original text and support the author at parahumans.net. For more of the Ward audiobook, as well as other community works, please visit parahumanaudio.com. Music for this chapter was by Evan Witt. Find out more at wittynotes.com. Editing by Icarus Fallen. Narration by Robert Rain Ramsey. Find more of their work at our website. Thank you for listening.